and possession date.
Hey, Blues fans, ready to take your excitement to the next level? BetMGM is now available in Missouri, so shoot your shot with an official sports betting partner of the St. Louis Blues. Discover exciting matchups by downloading the BetMGM app and getting instant access to a variety of parlay selection features and live betting options. Enjoy same-game parlays, boosted odds specials, the best daily promotions in the business, and so much more when you sign up. The chase is on for the next Stanley Cup, so get hyped for Blues action all season long with an official sports betting partner of the St. Louis Blues. BetMGM, now available in Missouri. Sign up today. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Missouri only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please gamble responsibly.
Jamie Rivers here with Katie from Elite Comfort Experts. St. Louis winters are brutal, but carbon monoxide, that's the real danger.
We check for it on every furnace inspection. No extra fee. It's included for Comfort Club members because safety matters.
Elite Comfort Experts is a Lennox Premier dealer, and they don't cut corners on safety or crank up prices when temps drop. There's a reason why they are a BBB Torch Award winner for ethics.
No gimmicks, just guarantees.
Let Elite Comfort Experts earn your trust.
Visit EliteComfortExperts.com today.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis 101 ESPN is driven by Brown and Crouppen Law Firm. Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen Morning After with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome to the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It's a program that welcomes you to participate by calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646, or by gathering with other friends in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where Doug MD 2020 says, I wake up with a smile on my face every day knowing I get to see Tim again.
Oh,
and it's those kinds of opinions that will get you read on the air. Anything critical of me,
that's out. Verboten.
Yeah, I can't. And then we just have Jackson ban you. That's
we actually come to your house.
Yeah.
We've been known to knock on the door.
Yeah, usually a small guy who's probably dealing with some kind of having to have sunblock 50 on him and maybe a small ween, Doug. But you got a huge Sadie Hawkins here. Do you go Nolan Arenado or do you go Blues Hurricanes? It's up to you. It's your time. This is your time. It's not my time. It's not Martin's time. It's not Jackson's time. It's your time.
Well, because the Blues game is just one of, 82,
boy.
I think.
Have fun in the text inbox.
I think the Arenado thing is a bigger deal in the big picture.
You think?
Yeah, I think that's probably the lead.
They beat the Canes, jackass.
Okay, that's a nice little W.
They've got momentum now.
Well, it is 2 points.
You take a look at the stand.
Okay, you asked me what I thought.
How long have we been talking about Nolan Arenado? I think since the first day of this show.
Oh,
this
yeah, you're probably right.
Current formation.
Is that October 28th, 2024?
Sounds right. And I feel at that point, John Mozeliak was about to say, well, we have three things we need to get done. Trade Arenado, whatever the phrase was. And now it's happened.
Finally
so,
got
Doug,
around to it.
if you're okay with us convincing you to leave with Arenado.
Okay, it makes sense now that you put it that way.
Okay.
Dodgers beat writer Katie Wu breaking the story yesterday that Nolan Arenado heads to the Diamondbacks in exchange for a person who we don't really know, but more importantly, $31 million from the Cardinals goes to Arizona. Hello again, everybody.
Okay, I don't like it. I understand it, but I don't like it.
What would you have liked?
I would have liked getting a player back that might be a promising player. They got an 8th-round pick who had an ERA of about 5.5 in college last year.
Well, he's never pitched in the minor leagues, so, Doug, there's some hope there. There's some promise. You don't know yet what you got.
I think you know that you don't have anything that's going to help anytime soon.
You're a tough sell.
You're getting owned right now.
Charlie Marlowe AI disagrees.
I look at what they have left. Now they've traded their best pitcher and probably their two best position players. with literally nothing to show for it for this coming season except possibly a fifth starter. If I look at the roster, to me it looks like the weakest team they put on the field since probably the early 90s, and it could get worse if they deal off Donovan and someone else like that.
Why do you hate Geronimo Pena?
I don't hate Pena. I didn't like it when he got hurt, when he tripped over his glove. That I didn't like. I just don't know what they're going to put out there that's going to be of much interest to the fan base. It'd be one thing to unload these guys and save a whole bunch of money and acquire some promising picks. With Arenado, you're spending most of the money and you don't get much back.
Doug, he had a 3.7 FIP and 100 Ks. He might be a decent bullpen arm. That's from Josh Bob Bill, who shares a building in Tampa with Keisha Gray.
He might be a decent bullpen arm, and that's what you traded your everyday third baseman for. I know I don't need to speech about how Arenado's not the player he once was. I get all that. I just don't like to see a team subtract without adding. And to pay another team $31 million to take your guy and you still don't get much back that's going to help you soon, I don't know how you can like it. You can understand it. I don't know how you can like it.
I think that's a good way to put it. You don't have to like it, but you can understand it. But I'm surprised the amount of money going that way. And
are you really?
Well,
I would have set the over-under 32, so it actually came in at the under.
Well, I would say the amount of money going that way and that you didn't get a little bit more in return. If you say, hey, we're basically giving them to you for free, give us a little something more back. That's the only thing. I'm not listen, you had to move them. Overall, they've spent about $60 million this offseason, Doug, in giving away players, but they probably saved about $60 million. I just thought if they spent that kind of money, maybe you'd get a little more, but I'm not overly worried about it. We understand it. It needed to happen. I just think it's jarring. A future Hall of Famer, by most people's account, is just given away. And most people
not just given away, but here's $31 million to go with it.
Take this guy, take $31 million, and that's a future Hall of Famer who 5 years ago comes here and it was like, holy smokes, Colorado got fleeced.
Yeah.
It is a little jarring, but expected.
And now the Cardinals don't have any players under contract beyond the 26 beyond this season. No players under contract.
George Clooney, up in the air. Jackson, what am I talking about? Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett with his Spirits of St. Louis hat on today.
Fitting for up in the air. What do you mean by George Clooney?
Did he have a catchphrase? Did he have a motto that he lived, a credo?
Yeah, well, he had a weird thing where he would speak at these little hotels where he was talking about...
Some call those infidelity hotbeds.
Yeah, can't imagine. Yeah. Conferences and such, about like if your house was burning down, and you fill up a backpack with all your important stuff, you don't want it to weigh you down. It's best to be light on your feet, especially when tumultuous times. That movie came out right after the recession.
That's right, 2009. Was it 2009? 2010?
I don't know the years, so I think what you're alluding to is...
tumultuous times are upon us.
Yes, and so it's best
in the industry,
stay light on your feet.
And the Cardinals are not tied down by albatrosses anymore. Now they've had to peel off $60+ million for teams to take Arenado, Gray, and Contreras, but now they are light on their feet. I'm not saying people will enjoy it. I'm just saying they are positioned in a way that they need to be for the rough waters that are ahead of the game.
And there was a line behind Bloom where he said, this is a sobering moment, which I thought was a good line, saying, like, we've got to this point where we're dumping a Hall of Fame player. And I think but he said you also can't get caught up in nostalgia. Like, oh, my gosh, it's a great player. We got to do what you need to do, which is, I think what they're trying to do, Doug, is just assemble as many arms as they can. Will this guy be any good? Martinez? I don't know. Will Fajardo or Clark be any good? I don't know. But I think they're just stockpiling and hoping that somebody hits.
I love the move. Burn it down! That's from Jugs, and he's in the District of Columbia.
Are you going to like it when they're 20 games out of first place in June?
Jugs, would you like to call in and answer that question? If so, the number is 314-974-0101. And we can take long-distance phone calls. That's one of the things that we do.
On the toll-free line, where there was always a toll-free line, if you want to catch us.
There were probably better deals, but Arenado had to waive his no-trade clause. That's from ThrillFan22. I'm not quite sure I would agree with that part. I don't think there were a lot of better deals. It was who would take him.
I did ask Chaim Bloom if there were any other deals that got nixed, and he said I would not disclose that. So I don't know.
I mean, based on what's happened over the past year and a half, it doesn't really make you believe there's been a lot better deals out there.
If I was a team like Arizona that wants to compete this year and has assembled a few more players other than just Arenado this year, I would absolutely take Nolan Arenado for an 8th round
essentially
draft pick.
for free.
And
Well,
someone else is
essentially for
paying
free.
him. I'd absolutely want him on my team. It feels like the Cardinals are just giving up on 2026.
Well, they
like
are.
they're saying, we don't
Doug,
care.
they are giving up.
Doesn't that bother you? I don't want my team to give up.
I don't enjoy it, but I understand that it's a necessary step, so I'm at peace with it. That's where I am. We just have a different view on this, and that's totally cool.
What kind of team would you have if Arenado and Gray and Contreras were here? Well, you already know because they've done that the last couple of years.
Well, I would have hoped they would have added to that mix.
But I think what they decided is just patching it
Clearly,
each year wasn't working. Mm-hmm. They have not been a contender for a little while here.
Yeah. What makes you say that?
The
standings.
Really?
So they're gonna give another year of Gorman and thinking,
That's
boy,
the one
if he just had a chance. He's had a chance for 4 years.
That's the one that's not real inspiring. When you say, hey, we're ripping the Band-Aid off, we got to get this thing right, and then you hear, hey, we'll get Gorman over at 30. Like, I would go ahead and just start talking up Weatherholt. I know they don't want to overhype a kid, but if you want a fan base that you're talking about, Doug, to give them a little something to get excited about, I think I'd talk a little more about Weatherholt and a little less about Nolan Gorman. If you want to get people interested just mildly in what you have, I mean, the Gorman thing, but he is going to get a little more run here, Doug.
Oh, yeah. And Donovan, you think they'll still deal him?
I think they will.
Do you think he'll do it before spring training, or do you think it'll be an all-star break move?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know what the offers have been on that. Didn't Saucy Jack report that it was going down?
Seattle. That's correct. Saucy Jack. Doug, when our texters have sources, they tend to be wrong.
Right. You just wonder if is there anybody on the team that has any trade value? Anyone at all?
Brendan Donovan.
Is he going to bring back a player or two that's
you
really
want like a hockey trade where there's somebody that could play right away?
Yes. Yeah, I don't want to say, okay, well, I'm fine with losing for 2 or 3 years and rolling the dice on player. You know, about 10% of minor leaguers ever get to the major leagues. You trade for all these guys, you may never see them again. Just like the last time they cleared house there at the end of the trade deadline. None of those players turned out to be much. Just giving away your best players for nothing.
Are you mad that Arenado didn't get traded to the Red Sox?
No, I'm not mad. Well, it would have been nice. Would have been kind of funny.
Put them all together.
Just like them to bring in one player that the people can get behind. Maybe Weatherholt's one guy, but how about another new face that the fans can actually get behind and say, well, this guy's got a lot of potential. Yeah, I'd love to see him play.
Richard Fitz.
Is there anybody? Anybody at all?
Dustin May.
I just find it kind of depressing.
I'm trying, Tim. He's not biting on any of these.
No, I'm not.
I thought the May thing would get him going.
I'm a little depressed to think that before the season even starts, you don't have a shot. You don't have a chance.
Calling the nation all day.
I mean, I kind of thought that going into last year.
I held out hope.
Got the
Didn't
over on
turn out.
76.5 wins.
What if I give you
set
good-
your different benchmarks?
What if we give you good parking, Doug? Does that help?
Free good parking.
All right,
it
free
helps.
parking for
Yes,
Doug.
it
There's a new
does.
campaign.
Relax, Doug.
It
Said
helps.
that?
Yeah, who was that?
I honestly don't know. It says unknown man.
Does it say that? Again, please.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
No.
So we've just
Relax,
been.
Doug.
No, I'm not going to. We've just been through 3 rough seasons. 2 of them just horrific. Now we're going to have another one, apparently, and then we won't have a season in 2027.
Try.
That's half a decade of just horrendous baseball. I'm not okay with that. I don't like that.
And I think you have a right to be skeptical because I think the bigger question is, will this lead to anything? If you go down this path, 2 years from now, are you a division contender? And I don't know. I mean, that's kind of the risk, too, is when you say, all right, what we were doing didn't work. But for a minute there, you were at least kind of in it, which turned out not to. It was kind of fool's gold. But as you do this now, are you sure it's going to work? And there's no guarantee.
No, you can't be sure it's going to work.
But you won't know.
No, it's not like these trades have brought in a bunch of really high-profile prospects that were, top of the list on the teams that are sending them to us. None of those players really fit that category to make you think that this is a can't miss major leaguer. None of them.
But they wouldn't be in a position to acquire top-tier prospects because they were dead money on the Cardinal roster. So therefore, an organization that would give them top prospects would be beside themselves. So you're not positioned. That's why they're unloading them. They're not of value. The value is unloading the money, even though you're eating $60+ million, and the value is to clear the way to give your younger players a chance to play. That's what it is. Again, I understand you don't like it, and it's not like I'm excited about a chance to win the World Series this year, but I consider it a necessary, albeit unfortunate step that I wish they would have begun taking in 2023, but at least they're finally doing it in 2025 and 2026.
I feel like most of those younger players have already gotten a chance to play. Gorman, Nootbaar, Walker, we've seen them. They've played. Some of these guys 3-4 years now.
And I think if Heim Bloom were on a lie detector, he'd probably say, Doug, I agree with what you're saying. The hope is really that the Liam Doyles, J.J. Weather, that the next wave is going to be good. And maybe Walker figures it out. But for the most part, you're right. I don't think Nootbaar is somebody you're going to build around at this point, or Gorman. But maybe that group that won a Double-A championship, maybe some of those younger players that are still a little ways away, maybe that's the group that's going to be your core.
Well, at least if they have very limited hitting, at least the starting pitching isn't very good either. So there's a match there.
They've evened it out.
When the Cardinals and Rockies get together, take the over. Go away and cry in the house you bought for $32,000, Boomer. You won. That's from the Gene Steckschulte's Wicked Side piece.
Boomer.
You got a $32,000.
32. I wish. My parents did. You're going back 2 generations for that.
Gene Steckschulte didn't strike me as a really aggressive guy in his limited time here, but man, is he fired up now.
I don't know how anyone could like this. Again, I know how you could understand it and see that it's part of a difficult process. That doesn't mean you have to like it. This team was so good for 20-some-odd years, and the fact that it has come to this is really frightening. It's really depressing that they had a full stadium and quality teams, Hall of Fame players for 2 decades, and now they got nothing. They have nothing.
It's crazy because Arenado wanted to come here desperately because he wanted to win and be a part of this great organization. They kind of mirror each other in terms of their decline the last couple of years.
Yeah. Who could have seen this coming 10 years ago, that it would get to this?
Tim predicted it. Where's the tape?
We did.
2023, I was aggressive on the trade deadline and moving on from Goldschmidt and Arenado. And then they kind of just sat around. But, you know, you're 7 months removed from a season at that point, 8 months, I guess, in which you were the division winners and 90-plus win team. I don't know. I advocate for being aggressive, and sometimes aggressive is buying when you're positioned, and sometimes it's aggressive when you are out of it and need to sell. And the delay then diminished the value over the last 3 years. So now you are in a position where you are just lighting money on fire. The only team comparable to the amount of money the Cardinals are lighting on fire right now, and by that I mean paying teams to take their players, is when the Mets had to unload Verlander and Scherzer, and we're lighting money on fire. So
I'll tell you who else is lighting money on fire, and that's me. I've got a son who likes jerseys, and he's got an Arenado jersey and a Contreras jersey that I spent like $150.
So now we've gotten to the root of what this is about.
All right, here we go.
So now I got to buy other. Well, whose jersey are you get now?
Got Grandpa Jersey over here.
Grandpa
bitching
Jersey.
about trades because his kid's got a jersey.
That are now worthless.
No, they're not. Nostalgia.
It's
See those Blues fans? They're still showing up rocking those Bobby Bassons.
That's fine. If a few years go by, then you go, oh, yeah, I remember him. He was great. If you wear it now, it's what? You're too cheap to go buy a new jersey?
So
I got it bad, and that ain't good.
So sit out a couple of years, put them in the back of the closet, and then in a couple of years say, oh, wow, nostalgia.
Okay, well, in a couple of years, what if he gets fat and can't fit in the jersey? What then?
Well,
we are dumping salary, television rights, a dumpster fire. Player development and talent identification has been a disaster for years. Attendance is at an all-time low. We are the Pirates. Bulldoze it and turn Bush into a 7-brew and Buffalo Wild Wings. At least that will bring in all the Hoosiers and Jeff Kofats. Doug, that's from Felix Jose's Dirty Boy Panties?
Oh, gosh. Oh. Felix Jose, what year would that have been? Was that
90? Is that who the Cardinals
Way
got for
back
Willie
when.
McGee? Am I right on that?
I think so.
And he won a batting title in the National League, even though he was playing in the American League, and then the A's got swept by the Reds. Was that Billy Hatcher? Eric Davis?
I think so.
And he wore a top hat? Am I right? He wore a top hat?
I think so. I remember seeing Felix Jose hit one off the scoreboard in right center field once. He had big power. He didn't hit that many home runs, but boy, when he connected, he'd hit it long, long way.
Doug, I still wear my Ronnie Belliard jersey. Thanks. That's from Mr. Mudjack.
I wouldn't. Although he's been gone long enough that now it's kind of cute.
You like an older man in a cute jersey?
Yeah.
Nice.
You were number 7.
Oh, did he really?
Mm-hmm. It's a good number.
I bought the kids a Brian Barden jersey, Doug. What are you going to do?
Yeah. You suffer. It hurts.
That's a good question for people. What's like the worst or like most random jersey you bought that you
Kinda like a
immediately
mistake.
regretted as soon as they got bounced off the team?
Doug, in 2023, the Cardinals left the milk out on the counter overnight, and it's spoiled. They should have thrown it out and gotten new milk. They drank the spoiled milk, and now they are sick. That's
Okay,
Tad
we
from
don't-
Tennessee.
We don't need those kind of parables here.
I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
I'm a visual learner.
That was Tad. You can join Tad in the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. And, of course, you're welcome to call in. Jugs from D.C. has been given an invite this morning on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And, of course, talk it over with other TMA listeners by opening up your YouTube app, typing in TMA STL, and you're in the Michelob Ultra YouTube app. And, of course, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com comes your way in the 9 o'clock hour. And that standings now, Incel from the other side of the couch with 2 wins, Carlos Spicy winner with 1 win, and Ollie, Sharon, Mitch, and Harold with 2 R's all have a win. The winner of the month receives a $10,000 HVAC system from Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. So send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. I was talking to that Seth Goldcamp yesterday. It's going to get cold this weekend in the St. Louis area. Super cold, as a matter of fact. The winds are whipping across the plains as a cold front comes in. Winds over 30 miles an hour today in the St. Louis area. And, Doug, that's going to welcome in sunny skies, but a low of 10 on Sunday, 15 on Monday, 14 on Tuesday, but it'll be sunny. It'll just be freezing. Make sure your heating system's firing on all cylinders. With Design Air Heating and Cooling, Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. The longest-running sponsor on TMA. Over a decade they have been with this program, and they're putting on the greatest promotion in TMA history. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team at designairservice.com. Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. This program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Attendance is low and more, all is to trade deadlines looming. What will they do at the start of the year? Hopes were high. Now watching this team is like watching paint dry.
Listen to that big band.
Well, boys, you gave it a hell of a try. The well was full, but now it's dry. Might as well call it one and have you a beer. Look out, MLB, we'll get you next year. Yeah, we'll get your asses next year. What's that you say? I said we'll get your asses next year.
Now, does that make you feel better?
It does.
There you
It's
go.
a wonderful song. Wonderful tune.
The program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN, and you can watch it and talk it over with other TMA listeners on the TMA STL YouTube channel. The 7 o'clock hour, presented to you by Healthcare Evolution. A guy I have gotten to know and think very highly of, especially with what he can do for you and any injuries you may be suffering from. It's Healthcare Evolution, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour. At Healthcare Evolution, they strive to help people get their lives back and feel their best. They believe in having consideration for others through streamlined care that reduces both cost and wait times, whether it's getting back to the gym or on the golf course or just feeling comfortable again. Healthcare Evolution delivers the path back to fully living. Check them out at healthcare-evolution.com. They give your body the tools to heal itself. They replace the long road of chronic issue leading to surgery with a 30-minute regenerative procedure that puts you back on the field, in the gym, on the ice, on the court. It's all there for you at healthcare-evolution.com, a local company right here in the St. Louis area that removed the middleman by moving away from restrictive insurance models. They provide unhurried, personalized care. You're not just a time slot in their day. You are a partner in your own healing. Their focus is on your specific goals and your unique lifestyle. It's ultrasound-guided injections. Seeing is healing. They don't guess where your pain is. You see it in real time with Healthcare Evolution, ensuring the treatment goes exactly where your body needs it to heal. Cash pay, upfront pricing, no financial surprises, high-quality care. Shouldn't come with a wait-and-see bill. You'll get total transparency and streamlined care so you can focus on recovery, not paperwork and months of waiting to get in to see a doctor. You can be in there as early as today, and if you are dealing with pain, you can get a free consultation by going to healthcare-evolution.com. That's healthcare-evolution.com, sponsor of our 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. We were talking specifically after the speeches at the MAC on Tuesday night, or Monday night, excuse me, that if some of the Blues players who would be in attendance from the current roster would see what wearing the blue note meant to guys like Kelly Chase, Steen, Arbor, Jackman, and then they go out without Thomas, without Broberg, against one of the best teams in the league, a team that scores goals like nobody's business, and they shut them out in what Jim Montgomery called their smartest performance of the year. Sweet mother of mercy. I wonder what kind of odds you could have gotten on a Blues 3-0 shutout win last night with a depleted roster, but alas, there it was, and many of the players and coaches were talking about how what they saw at the MAC influenced the kind of play they got last night. So, pretty cool to hear. Were you about to play?
I'm sorry. I thought leading in, I got Joel Hofer and Nick Bustad talking about exactly your point there.
Oh, okay.
For sure, yeah. We know it was, very important to us. Lots of us went to the ceremony last night, and super, those guys do a great job, and obviously, big role models for all of us. And it was huge for us to get a win for them tonight.
Yeah, it felt good. It was a good game out of everybody tonight, so fun game to come back for, and obviously Hall of Fame night. So we stressed that this morning and before the game. It's an honor to be wearing the blue note, and a lot of guys were in the building tonight, so we wanted to play hard for them, the fans, and it was good coming off a road trip, and we play like that, we can compete with anybody, I think.
All right. Well, I wonder if it's doable to have a banquet before every game.
Yeah, maybe a banquet is the key. What do you go to, Groan's Cafeteria?
You could. Maybe not the Hall of Fame, but you could have, a pretty good banquet. Here's a guy who was pretty good 25 years ago, and bring him up there. Whatever it takes to inspire this bunch.
Sharon and Clayton, Harrison's brother Master, not happy, though.
No.
Harrison's brother Master says 15 guys were there. Were Thomas and Kyrou there?
I assume they were.
You were there. But when you were up on stage making your speech, did you see him out?
I thought you were at the game last night.
No.
Oh, I did not see either one of them at the banquet. No.
But you did see current players.
But I'm not the guy who had a checklist out making sure everyone was there. They may have been there and I didn't see them.
I could have sworn I saw you getting autographs and selfies.
I didn't do any of that. I saw a bunch of players. I did not see those two, but again, that doesn't mean they weren't there.
Harrison's brother Master says they weren't.
Okay.
Was he there taking attendance?
Harrison's brother Master, were you there and taking attendance?
He walked in with a megaphone. Kyrou!
Yeah, look,
Kyrou, where are you at, Kyrou?
He says, no, they weren't there.
Well, they may not have been there.
I was concerned they'd lay an egg, because whenever there's a big ceremony or pomp and circumstance in the pregame, they had a little bit of that going on in Carolina. Good sports about it. They had Jordan Stahl do the ceremonial puck drop, but they have had a history of laying an egg in those big games. But that was a nice win, is all it was, Doug. It was a nice win.
It was, and Carolina's a very good team. Carolina's one of the better teams going.
Now, they did play the night before, but...
The old back-to-back. Let's play with speed, boys.
Yeah, I gave you the under on that.
You did?
The over-under was 6.5. I thought the Blues wouldn't do any goal scoring, but even if Colorado had matched them...
Hey, did I cash my ticket? You're damn right I did.
Okay, all right.
So now let's take a look at the wild card.
Okay, the wild card. We got 44 points, which also happens to be the Vaughn index, and San Jose's at 49 points, and they got 2 games in hand on us. So it doesn't look very good. What? We're still 5 points out, and we played 2 more games in the second wild card team.
You're going to lose your badge.
Well,
shut up, ravioli head.
If we can just get hot.
Well, Doug, the next game is against Tampa Bay. That'll be on Friday night. And the Lightning, they are beatable, Doug. Did you know that? They are beatable right now.
Oh, yeah.
They're due to lose because they've won 11 in a row.
Oh, gosh.
The next opponent is Tampa. And they have won 11 in a row.
Sharon and Clayton says, right on, Master. If they were there, though, their heads would have been buried in their phones and wouldn't have been paying attention anyway. That's Sharon and Clayton. Boy, this alliance. I mean, I'm telling you. What's your favorite professional wrestling tag team? Like, if you could do your top 4. Was it be the Bushwhackers?
Tag team. Oh, they were the guys with the arms.
Yeah.
I guess I'd have to go with them because I couldn't give you any other notable tag teams.
What about the Legion of Doom? Did we used to have Hawk or Animal in studio?
I don't know who we had.
James Laurinaitis' dad?
Dad
was the Animal, right?
Yeah. Did Dick the Bruiser ever tag with Rip Hawk? They would have been my favorites, I guess.
The Bushwhackers sounds like a segment on Sports Plus.
Yeah.
Time for the Bushwhackers. And it'd be a guy from The American. And then we've got Jeff Gordon here tonight. He'll be part of our bushwhacking.
We can talk it over with Jeremy Rutherford, who is going to be in studio with us. Brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, evergreen-stl.com. He is going to be with us in studio at 8:40 on your Stiefel dossier. He said that Jim Montgomery raved about the performance last night. Here's Jim Montgomery calling it the smartest performance of the year.
I thought tonight was the smartest game we've played as far as playing a simple but very effective game, making them turn, being really reliant on our forecheck and playing fast. And I thought the little details and habits within our game, block shots, net front box outs were the best they've been all year. Justin Falk had one in the third period that was like, it was a puck laying there, and he boxed out so well. It was like 5-6 seconds the puck was laying there, and that's a commitment. That's a one-on-one battle that you win, and that helps you win a lot of games, and it helped our goaltender get a shutout, who was excellent tonight.
Okay, so they had good habits.
When your young guys were big in the mix. Snuggerud had been a little quiet. I know he was out for about a month, but big goal from Snuggerud. Dvorsky scores, and that's part of what I think they're, to be fair, disappointed in the older core. Older meaning 25, 26 years old, but they are playing Snuggerud, Dvorsky, and just kind of learning on the fly. So it'd be great if you get those guys rolling.
Yeah, get them rolling, and then get something like what you're used to with Kyrou, Holloway, Thomas. Then you might have something.
I think I'm going to ask JR, biggest disappointment this season? I mean, is it
specific individual?
Yeah, is it Kyrou for sure?
Kyrou all day.
I mean, I think Buchnevich is right there. I mean, that's the problem, is you could argue a little bit about Thomas, Buchnevich, Kyrou, as far as, now all of them have been a disappointment, but on the top of the list, it probably is Kyrou, but boy, I don't know, Buchnevich should be in the mix.
Both
That's
had
the problem.
8 goals. Both are stuck on 8 goals.
I mean, Sharon is a batty rooster right now. Holy moly.
What is it now?
If that's really true, you got to get rid of them both. How can you not go to that dinner? Shen should have stood in the room and told them they had to be there. No excuses. Wow. That is worse than the infamous quote, "He's not my coach anymore," and then she calls him a name that I can't read on the air.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Boy, this alliance with Harrison's brother Master, these two, who's going to beat these two?
Do you feel uncomfortable saying to somebody, "That's right, Master"? It feels a little submissive.
Sharon, you can answer that question by texting in from, I guess, Sanibel? Is that where she is, Doug?
I think so. Yeah.
Tim, are we at the point I need to text Mike Caruso and ask for an attendance list?
Yeah,
of
the generous
players,
executive.
And he'll just write back, "Beat it."
Is it possible they didn't have room for 25 current players? I would think they would have made room if everybody said they really wanted to go.
No offense, Doug, but if they had room for you, I would hope they would have.
Well, no, that's not how it works.
No offense, but I would hope they also had room for current players.
I don't know what your excuse would be for I don't want to go. I guess if you're hurt, maybe.
Did I see Doug last night in the stands at the Marquette West game last night? As a Marquette student, I was honored with his presence. That's from the Marquette Pissa.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, Marquette beat Parkway West. Yeah.
Were you writing for a journal?
No.
Suburban Journals?
My son had a game there, an
Nice.
exhibition game before they played.
Oh, nice.
Good for you.
I love high school basketball. I really do like it.
Do they all start at 6 now? It seems like they
This was
start
7.
early.
It started at 7. They had a girls' game before the varsity game.
This Vaughn is always out and about. We have to find out. He doesn't tell us. We have to find out on the text line.
From the text line.
Well, was
That's
that
how we
big
learn.
news that I went to see Parkway West play
People want to know
Marquette?
where you are. It's like the Us magazine of
Was that West?
St. Louis.
Was that West or Marquette?
Marquette.
Got it. West has a gym where the baseline extends all the way down to it's a really long gym.
Yeah.
So the basket, there's like another 50 feet of
I
hard.
hate that.
It's impossible to shoot on.
Shooting, I was going to say, that's my excuse.
I would play there in JV games, and I would literally be standing out of bounds by 5 feet, thinking I was still in bounds. It was very confusing.
Huh.
But a beautiful facility.
Yeah. Marquette's got a really good player named Brody Owen. He's a guard, about 6'3". I don't know if he's Division I caliber.
Take a look.
but He's a really good player.
Sharon and Clayton now going positive. Doug's the dad of the year. He's such a good egg. That's Sharon and Clayton.
Huh. Well, thank you, Sherry.
Doesn't
Sherry.
like number 25, but loves Doug, who was at the Marquette Parkway West game.
I get kudos for that? Just for going to a high school basketball game?
TMA should start a Where is Doug app to help revenue. It's from the Heiser House Hooligan.
Agree with that. What about tonight, Doug? Can you give us a sneak peek?
No. I did. It was against all odds that I made it to the U.S. Figure Skating Championships last Friday.
Yeah, we kind of glossed over that. I did want to dig a little on that.
On what?
I was so...
Friday night he was at the figure skating championship. When he mentioned it the other day, we kind of let it go. How did that...
You're disappointed in me.
Well, I mean, some people like some things, some people like other things. I personally was looking forward to Indiana, Oregon, but you might have had more excitement at the figure skating championship.
Well, I was able to watch Indiana, Oregon on my phone while this was going on in front of me. But I was so... What struck me was the weird way that they ran the building, because we like logistics. So they had like 18,000 people there. It was almost like a blues crowd. A few empty seats at the top on the end, but not many. So the place was packed. And in the upper deck, about half the concession stands were closed down. They shut the concession stands with about an hour still to go in the event. I waited 15 minutes in line for hot chocolate, got up there, and they said, "Oh, we don't have hot chocolate." It's right there on the menu. Yeah, we don't have it. The main parking lot that I always park in, right across the street from the Enterprise Center, just south, $30 to park for a Blues game, but you're right across the street, shut down. They wouldn't let anyone in it. So what are you doing? They shut down the Blues merchandise stores. I didn't understand what they were doing.
There's a lot, and I have no idea. But when it's an Olympic-related event, sometimes it can get a lot of different rules, although this would be U.S. figure skating. I'm sure they have control over the building, but I don't know. That doesn't make sense.
They must.
That they wouldn't want to sell concessions. They might close off a Blues thing and try and sell you figure skating merchandise.
I just thought a lot of people in from out of town for this, they might want to pick up a St. Louis souvenir, go and get a Blues jersey or something. Not all the concession stands were closed. They were packed. The ones that were open were packed, but about half the ones upstairs shut down. I didn't get it.
Doug loves a good pretzel with the salt rubbed off it. That's from Libby Jackie DiCaprio, who now has an Auburn avatar, Jackson.
6 p.m. tip.
That is true. I do knock most of the salt off the pretzel.
Karen from Clayton is a spot-on name. She seems like a real fun person to be around. The alliance with Harrison's brother Master really makes sense. That's from the old Appleton stepdad out there this morning. A beautiful morning in old Appleton to be rocking in the chair on the front porch drinking Country Time lemonade.
It's too cold. They want to change her name to Karen from Clayton. I don't think that's fair.
No.
Kyrou made him get rid of the hot chocolate, Doug. Trade him! That's from Steven time with the Brothers Time.
That's all I really wanted. Waited 15 minutes in line. No, we don't have it. Ran out. What do you mean you ran out? This event's been on the schedule for a year.
But I'm going to start making that move where if I don't like something inside the stadium, I'm just going to blame a random player that I don't like.
Yeah.
It's
fair.
Like Cardinal game, they're like out of the beer I won, and I blame Ivan Herrera.
It's on him.
I have to tell you, if there becomes an alliance between Sharon and Clayton and Harrison's brother Master, and they add the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, this could be too much.
Powerful force.
But it looks like the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is trying to join. Hey, Sharon, why don't we put aside our differences, come on over with a bag of white, and we'll make Ledoux look like Aspen. Nothing better than an espresso martini, ripping a bag, and working on my newest needlepoint project.
Oh, no.
That's the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. I knew the monogramming business was tight last year, but now if she can join with Sharon and Harrison's brother Master, maybe they can experience an uptick. This is fun. This is fun to see now.
It is good times.
I was at the game last night and had to be sitting in front of a listener. He came back to his seat and told his friend he wanted to buy a jersey he saw because they had my size, a 3X. That's from Al in Dadeville, and he's still unhappy with the Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia.
I told you about those 5X jerseys I saw at the Blues merchandise store. 5X would have been too big for a male silverback gorilla. I swear it would have been. It would have been too big for Mark Mangino. A boob job. How do you sell anything?
What about a velvet monkey, Doug? Would it fit one of those?
I was thinking about that all day yesterday.
And who shuts down the parking lots? Why would you shut down the parking lot across the street from the venue?
Was it full?
No, there was no one in it. They shut it down. They closed the gates.
You think Bill called in sick and they didn't have anybody to take him home?
How much money did they not make that way?
That's weird.
Why are you so whiny today?
Well, because I'm logistics oriented. Mm-hmm. I just saw so many things that Friday night. I said, well, that doesn't make any sense. I'm still upset by the Arenado deal.
What was the demo of the festivities?
Oh, the people watching pretty good.
Was it?
Yeah, pretty good.
A lot of ads.
A lot of women there, more women than you'll ever see at any other type of event for the Enterprise Center. Yeah, a lot of people that look like former skaters. A lot of blue-haired, purple-haired folks were in attendance there. Interesting people watching. But nice and interesting. If you've never been to that, it was interesting to watch.
Triple axel.
Yeah, did you
There's
see
a few of those.
Do you know when to cheer? That's what I would struggle with.
Did you throw roses?
No, people were that bothered me. They weren't throwing roses. They were throwing stuffed animals on the ice. After every performance, people come across and throw a stuffed animal on the ice.
Don't they do that in the Olympics too?
I think so.
I like the picture of Blues Hoosier. They're just throwing his hat.
Sharon in Clayton has accepted the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom's offer.
Oh, really?
She says, it sounds good, Mom. I will catch up with you in May. I guess that implies that she will be in the warmer parts of our nation through April.
Yeah. So a real alliance has been formed.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty then.
Doug, quit fat-shaming your entire listener base. That's Eric in the Central West End.
You keep your personal comments to yourself or to your homeboy.
Okay.
Well, the paper's being told we need more Jackie, and then boom, responding.
Yeah.
That's Miss Butler.
Oh.
Yeah, that was Miss Butler. Who called
Jackie
Channel
was
4.
attracted to producer Joe, also was holeless, and liked Sam Bradford and checkdowns.
Although, in fairness, similar cadence.
Yeah. Can I have is it possible to give me a little Jackie?
Boy, you're going to put this boy to the test.
And then Miss Butler back to back.
test.
Well, you know what I'm saying, don't you, Doug? I like Sam Bradford. He's kind of hot. You keep your personal comments to yourself or to your homeboy.
I got to be honest, it seems like Miss Butler has it maybe a little bit more locked in.
Yeah, a little more Amanda Sykes, and the other one had a little more Charlie Tuna sister-ish.
Yeah, well, especially because Miss Butler had just got done dressing down. Whereas Jackie was lusting after him.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Sam Bradford and producer Joe. Guys, at the last Blues game I went to, I saw a bigger boy eating a hot dog while he was using the urinal. That's from Father Brown. Do you like that?
No, bad. No.
That's bad?
You can't bring food
What
into
if
the
you're
bathroom.
hungry?
No.
And he was at the urinal eating it.
Bad. That oh, my God.
You're really bothered by the visual.
That's, oh, my Lord.
They should check you, just like they check you for weapons coming in. They should check you for food going into the men's room.
You got to finish that. It's a hot dog. That's like, you can easily finish that before you have to go.
You would think.
What if he told his family he was on a diet, and then he grabbed a dog, and he thought, I'll just shove it down while I'm taking a leak. Nobody will know. Hey, Dad, you're really not losing any weight. I don't know why. I've really been cutting
You've been
back.
peeing a lot, though.
The only thing that's missing from that Harrison's Brother Master, Sharon and Clayton alliance is Eric in the Central West End to complete the biggest group of losers ever assembled on this show. That's from the Maplewood Mud Muffler. This is kind of like the New World Order. They just keep adding.
Okay.
New World Order. 1998?
I don't know the
99?
years, Tim.
WCW, Monday Night Wars?
I don't know the year.
You can text in 314-399-9646. Maybe you want to join Sharon and Harrison's alliance, but you can text in also to talk it over with Jeremy Rutherford, who will be in studio with us, brought to you by McKernan. That is coming your way at 8:40 on the Stiefel dossier, and at 9:45 we'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email a day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Ken Rosenthal opined on what the Cardinals did yesterday with Noah and Arenado. We will have that for you coming up on the other side of the break. That is next here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Looking to save at the grocery store? You know now. The deal. Go to Schnucks. That's the deal. I love shopping at Schnucks. Just can't talk about it. That's all. They drop those new ads each week with super hot deals on some of my favorite items. You can view those ads in a ton of different ways. If you're on the go, you want to browse in the Schnucks Rewards app on the website, schnucks.com. They've got the hashtag weekly ad. Pick up the old paper copy. Doug likes it old school. Get a paper copy at the entrance to the store. Plus, get the following week's ad 1 week early. Just grab a copy at the store entrance, plan ahead, and save so many different ways for you to save beyond the weekly ad. Join that Schnucks Rewards. If you haven't, you're missing out. Get the personalized savings, which is a one-stop shop for sales, bonus points, offers, and coupons on the items that you buy most. It's updated weekly with new deals just for you. Plus, the just launched Rewards Boost. We've been talking about that as well. Play your way to more savings. All these different ways that you can save money. That's the value you know and love, available at any neighborhood Schnucks store.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues win yesterday, beating the Hurricanes 3-0. Off today, off tomorrow. Back in action on Friday as they take on the Tampa Bay Lightning. That's going to be a 6 p.m. pregame, 7 p.m. puck drop right here on 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Boy, Doug, do you think Jackson's playing this because it's Madonna's birthday, or are we just enjoying the 3-0 win over the Hurricanes?
Oh, a celebratory song. Which is it, Jackson?
On this day in 1984, Madonna debuted her single "Holiday" on American Bandstand.
All right, Dick Clark, Doug.
Yeah, he would have still been doing that.
I think this was just like maybe her first major hit. 1984. Does that sound right?
Is that the Like a Virgin album?
I don't know.
How'd you explain that to your kids?
I didn't have them at the time.
But still.
I think I kind of liked Madonna until the whole Letterman thing. Then I just kind of check it. But she was swearing like nonstop, just being over. Like back then, that would have been the equivalent of looking for clicks. Just kind of
rage bait.
Just
Jackson,
trying to
engagement farming. Was she engagement farming in Letterman
before it was popular?
Make a scene so that it would be talked about and clipped on all the shows. And he finally just sit down and stop it. Like when he like called her out, and he's kind of cranky, but when he called her out, I'm like that was quintessential Letterman.
Well, congratulations to Madonna on her, what is this, Doug, 42nd anniversary?
Feels like it, yeah.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, 7 o'clock hour, brought to you by Healthcare Evolution. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackson Burkett celebrating Madonna's anniversary here on the program on the TMA STL YouTube channel, where you are welcome to talk it over with other TMA listeners, as 233 friends are sitting in there like Justin Braze, Saint Lunatic MD 2020, and John Scores. TMA YouTube channel. Subscribe to the TMA YouTube channel and talk it over in there. We've had a theme here on today's program with Arenado getting traded, the Blues getting the win. Jeremy Rutherford going to be with us on the Stiefel dossier at 8:40 in studio, taking your two-part questions. Harrison's brother Master, Sharon, and Clayton now adding to their alliance with the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. Another theme that has been going on is Dan Lebitard and his crew on his show are really unhappy that Miami is an underdog in the college football playoff championship game. This is a daily thing. Here is the latest gripe.
Mike keeps getting tired of me talking about the context and the history of the program. But when it comes to feeling like the U is back, you've been fighting for something. How in holy hell am I living in a universe where the world has made Miami an overwhelming underdog to win a home game in Miami?
Because you're not as good.
In what world? Like I understand how many people would look at the last two games and just say Indiana's going to ransack everyone. They're undefeated. It's hard to go undefeated. But have you no sense of history when you think of every time the championship comes to Miami to be played by Miami, by a Miami team you know that's as good as this one, that has pros on the field? That Miami team wins at home against everybody who's ever played college football, even the very highest of the sport, which Indiana hasn't been except for the last 5 minutes.
Wow, there it is, Jeff.
I just don't think you can get that hysterical leading up to the game. He's also a Miami grad, so
very prominent in the Catholics versus Convicts 30 for 30, which is recommended viewing, by the way. For the record, the number is now up to 8.5. Miami minus 8.5. If you do like Miami, or I said it's Indiana minus 8.5. If you do like Miami, put $100 down and you're going to get $275. Now, if you want to win $100, but you want to bet Indiana, you're going to have to bet $340 to win $100 on Indiana. That is how big of a favorite the Hoosiers are.
8.5's a big number. But
you better believe it, Jack.
Alabama and Oregon would love to have come within 8.5 of Indiana. They didn't come within 28.5 of Indiana.
So now I need the Hoosiers to stomp, and then I'm going to need audio next week of that show and how they respond.
The idea that I know it's at their home stadium, but it's clearly not the same situation as if they were playing a regular season
not a home game
Yeah,
per se.
there's going to be a ton of Indiana people in there. The ticket prices are unbelievably high. Like, it's just not a normal home game. So, yes, they're going to be comfortable and probably sleeping in their own bed, which is an advantage. But this is not like just saying Miami in a home game, I think, is misleading.
The only thing that I can say regarding this game is that outside of Miami, I feel like the vast majority of the public expects Indiana to win by like 30 points. And when that happens, there tends to be some kind of opposite result. And as somebody holding a Miami futures ticket, you know, listen, I would be happily hedging if I could do so at a better price. Minus 340 is not a good price for hedging purposes. But the home field advantage thing seems so immaterial to me. You know, it's not like you're playing at the big house or something like that. I mean, this is a neutral site, even when Miami's playing for the most part. It's not like some overwhelming home field advantage.
You're not going to the shoe on a Saturday in October.
I don't follow that. I do know that they have been on the road for most of the last 2 months, and maybe there's something to that, but I don't know. I'll be quite intrigued to see if there's something to it when it's all said and done, because I'm perplexed by how he is so confused as to why Indiana is an overwhelming favorite. Yeah, plus, Miami's dealing with some injuries on that defense that really is what has put them in this position.
I mean, I think you could be a little perturbed. Hey, give the U some credit. The run they've been on, this has been impressive. Nobody thought they could do this. Look at the teams they've beaten. But I don't think I could get hysterical as to why Indiana is the team most people believe will win big based on everything you've seen.
I don't think Indiana's going to take the field and think, oh, wait a minute, Miami's won some big games here in the past. I guess we better not do what we've been doing the last couple of weeks. We got to change everything or we're intimidated. That's not going to happen. Past history means nothing. Nothing.
I'm waiting for Michael Irvin to run out onto the field, like in the middle of the game. I feel like he is close. If there's a prop bet, I'm not a big gambling guy. If there's a prop bet from Michael Irvin to accidentally run onto the field, I'll take that.
I mean, like every shot of Mario Cristobal on the sideline is like you can kind of squint and see Michael Irvin in the background.
Begging for attention.
Sweat on brow.
Heard a stat yesterday on the show talking about Indiana fans filling that stadium in Miami. Indiana has 800,000 alumni around the country, and Miami has 200,000. That stadium is going to be a Hoosier pony show. That's from the Heiser House Hooligan.
Okay, more Hoosiers there or a Blues game? Tim, can I get a ratio here?
I mean, you know, as a meat and potatoes guy, I just don't see that stuff. So I'm not somebody that I'm going to have to let Jackson answer for me.
As Hoosiers ourselves, we don't recognize another one.
Thank you. Exactly.
I just think the mere size of the stadium down in Miami is probably going to give them the edge in that regard.
Yeah, it's fair.
But, I mean, so I think each team gets around 20,000 ticket-wise, and then I guess we're talking about the remaining roughly 40,000 tickets that people are thinking is going to go to mostly Indiana.
I'm sure there'll be a lot of locals there who go into the game that'll cheer for Miami. I don't think it'll matter.
No, I don't think so. Honestly, there might not be a number big enough for me not to take Indiana.
Is that right?
Yeah.
If it was 13.5, you'd take Indiana.
I think so. I think I might alt spread it. I mean,
you can alt spread.
Yeah, sometimes the public's got to win sometimes, and I think this is one of the examples of the public's got to win.
Miami's got a really good pass rush. It wouldn't surprise me if it's close for a while. And then after
Oregon had a good pass rush too.
Yeah.
The difference on that is Miami's running game, whereas Oregon was putting
that's true.
randoms in the backfield, and one of those randoms was responsible for a turnover deep in their own territory. I don't know. Listen, I'm trying to find a way for Miami to get home, trust me. But either way, the home field advantage is something that I don't even calculate. But maybe I need to be calculating it. Hell, I don't know. You're welcome to text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. And you're welcome to talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's an active Michelob Ultra YouTube chat this morning. And you can talk it over with Doug. Is that Mike Eckert? He's in there?
No,
yeah, he is.
Really?
Yeah, he is. Okay. It's fun to see. Mike Eckert is in there, and they're talking it over with John Scores and Too Fat to Kayak and Libby, Jackie, DiCaprio, Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Long-time Morning After sponsor and sponsor of the TMA STL YouTube chat. Started off the program by talking about the Nolan Arenado trade, as the Cardinals will be eating $31 million of the 42 remaining as they unload yet another high-priced veteran this offseason. Here is what Ken Rosenthal had to say.
The one interesting thing about this to me is how much money the Cardinals are paying. It's 31 of the remaining 42 million. Now, some of that is deferred, so the less of a hit to the Cardinals in that respect, because they're going to be paying that out and it's deferred money. But at the same time, the Diamondbacks are essentially getting Nolan Arenado for $5 million 1 year, $6 million the next. In this day and age, that's not very much at all. And the pitcher they gave up was an 8th round pick last year, Jack Martinez, out of Arizona State. And he wasn't listed among the Diamondbacks' top 30 prospects. I imagine Chaim Bloom must have liked this kid out of the draft for some reason. So from the Diamondbacks' perspective, it seems to be a win-win. And the Cardinals, as you guys discussed in the previous segment, this is the route that they're going right now. This is the direction that they're in, rebuilding and trying to put together the next great Cardinals team. It's going to be a few years, but as we've discussed before, this was kind of overdue for them. They kind of held on too long, and now it's going to be a crash, and they understand that, but at the same time, this is the way for them, in their minds, to move forward.
Base knock.
Okay.
If there's no lockout next season, you don't have any money locked up, what do you need to see to start spending again? Like, I wonder in his mind what the time frame is. Like, what does next year look like?
Well, if there's no lockout.
If there's no lockout, yeah.
Well, then wouldn't there be a new CBA at that point?
But I'm saying the Cardinals have money to spend. I'm just saying, let's say there's a normal offseason, there's a season in 2027. What do you need to see if you're Chaim Bloom to say, okay, now we can start? Are we a slow rollback, or all of a sudden, hey, man, Weatherholt's a star, Walker's hitting, let's go after pitching? Like, is that something that's is it even likely next year with all that money to spend if there is a season?
If there's a lockout next year and they don't have anybody under contract after this year, they're going to have a whole team full of free agents. They'd have to re-sign everybody. I guess there'd be some young guys that they would still have control over, some very young guys. But a lot of these middle-aged veterans, mid-20 and older veterans, they'd all be free agents. And then what do you do? And where's the money coming from if the TV deal is kind of crumbled and you've lost your fan base at the gate?
GoFundMe.
The future's not so rosy.
Usually you can get like a home equity loan to get a cigarette boat for Memorial Day weekend. That's a good investment, I hear tell.
Yeah, could get you a middle reliever, I guess. Boy, it's hard to be bullish on what's happening. It's hard for me anyway.
There's a clip of Matt Holliday was on the Cat. They do that Cardinal territory, whatever, I think, and all I saw was the headline, so this is unfair, but Holliday didn't like the deal. He was surprised that that's all you get. Now, he is friends with Nolan Arenado, and I'm sure if you're Nolan Arenado, you couldn't wait to leave. We said that a year ago. It probably is a little bit embarrassing that that's the trade.
Yeah.
It's got to be a little embarrassing, and I'm sure he's working his ass off this offseason. He works hard all the time and is probably really determined. You don't want to have an Aaron Rodgers-type ending. He's younger, but I would think he's highly motivated. Will it bother you if he has a nice little season out there in Arizona, Doug?
Yes, it will. It absolutely will.
I know it will.
To think that the Cardinals are paying for him to have a nice season in Arizona, yeah, that'll bother me.
I love it. Now you got to move Donovan. He loses value at the deadline, and there's always the risk he gets hurt. If there is an extended lockdown next year, then you risk losing him for nothing. Now is the time. That's from the Table Rock Lake Monster. Martin, do you think, if you had to wager, do you think he gets traded by the time we arrive in Jupiter, Florida for our spring training broadcast from the 16th through the 20th of February, TMA year 21 at Cardinal Spring Training?
Spring training?
I will say yes, that he'll be traded by them. But not a high.
I always feel like you know, so I'm rolling with you.
No, I don't.
You're like, we need you as part of the Tam Avenue Capital Partners. I hope you like losses.
I'm going to say he won't be traded because I think they've unloaded the guys they really wanted to unload. And you got to keep somebody to sell, don't you? You have to. It is a business. You got to market it a little bit.
Don't you think that's why they got Dustin May?
No. I mean, with what's left, I guess Donovan's your best player now.
Nice.
I guess. Unless you can get a haul.
They had little Elvis, Greg Jeffries. He was their best player then.
He was, but he was hitting 300 too.
Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy.
Okay. I'm going to say they'll hang on to him now. That could always change if they get bowled over by an offer, but I guess it doesn't take very much for them to get bowled over by an offer because they haven't got much yet with the guys they've unloaded.
Name one superstar whose career didn't end somewhat bad. I'm sure there's a couple, but it's rare. So I don't expect them to be an MVP this season or the next one or any in the foreseeable future. That's from Sharon and Clayton. Alliance now with Harrison's brother master and the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Well, yeah, she's right. Most the superstars play late in the career and aren't the same player they were younger. I guess Sandy Koufax is one, but
David Ortiz.
We're going way back now with guys who were still at the top of the game when they stepped away.
Ortiz finished his 2016 season, .315 average and 38 bombs.
Yeah. Barry Sanders did it in football. Jim Brown did it in football. Well, yeah, usually with the money they're making, they make them pull the jersey off their body before they quit, step away from making that kind of money.
Producer Joe texting into my phone says Tom Brady.
Tom Brady finished with a Super Bowl.
John Elway. That comes from Mahomes' long body.
Yeah.
Doug's whiny attitude is very unbecoming. That's from Eric in the Central West End. And you played Native American ball with his dad.
I sure did. Yeah, I sure did. Played Indian ball with him.
My favorite Eric in the Central West End brand is whatever music plays, whatever audio plays from a particular guest or columnist, immediately so-and-so is a woke loser.
Hey, guys, stay woke.
You played Madonna immediately. Text line, woke loser. Just immediately. Well, Doug, I've got Newt in left, Victor Scott in center, Jordan Walker in right. I guess Gorman's at third. Wynn is at short, although our caller suggested to move him to save his arm. If Donnie's here, he's at second. Maybe Weatherholt's some combination there. Remember, he was a shortstop by trade.
He'll give us a Slurpee because, hey, we're trying hard.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. I've got Herrera behind the plate. I guess Burley's at first. They don't really want Herrera or Burleson in the field, but at some point, guys can't all be DH.
Who would be the DH?
Well, who am I leaving out here? So
probably Herrera, and they'll probably have his catching.
They're
the
going
way
to
it is
try
now.
and get this Herrera arm situation figured out. Then he's behind the plate. They got Burleson over there.
As you look at that,
Somebody's got to be on this team.
doesn't that look like the weakest team maybe in 20 or 30 years?
Well, I got Dustin May in my rotation.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I got McGreevy, friend of the show.
Papers.
I'm concerned about Papers going into that clubhouse in Jupiter going, oh, good God, who are these guys?
I'll study some Wikipedias, you know?
Okay.
Take
You're
a
going
look.
to have like a photo thing ID looking around, kind of like a serial killer.
Yeah,
You've been
it's like a treasure hunt that you do at the what's it called? Magic House.
Hey, Mr. Fitz. No, I'm actually just sitting at his locker. Oh, okay. What's your name,
That would be
fella?
unfair. He would know that would be on him, though. If he was sitting
For sure.
in Richard Fitz's locker and I said, hello, Fitz.
Hello, Fitz. I'm Hunter Dobbins. Okay, yeah. Hey, anybody in here that was part of the Red Sox that got traded want to come on the show?
I'd be like, brother, your name isn't important. You want to hop on?
Brother, your name isn't important. Want to hop on our show?
Yeah. Honestly, anyone in Cardinal gear. Who you got?
Anyone in Cardinal gear. Yeah. Last year, we were a little picky. Michael Hellman, not a day one guest. This year, the Hellmans of the world, come on down.
Yeah, we can lead off
We'll
with
have some
them.
fun.
I guess the best case scenario would be now that they've offloaded the three guys making enormous money, including Michaelis, who was another guy making big money. Some of the young guys say, well, okay, those guys are gone. It's up to us now. We got to step up. We got to be the leaders. We got to show we belong. And maybe they catch fire with this group. That'd be the best case scenario.
Are they super youngry, Doug, at this point? Because they were youngry last year with some old guys.
No.
Yeah.
Are they super youngry?
Probably.
Yeah, geez,
they better be.
They probably just dropped their average age to, boy, how old man. We'll find this out. We'll find out who the oldest player on the team is now.
And the highest paid is now Dustin May at like $12.5 million.
Riley O'Brien, oldest player who's, I guess, played so far.
He's their oldest player.
31.
He's got here.
Gray beard.
Doug, your takes are exhausting. That's from the bastard, James Hahn.
Well, are they accurate or are they wrong?
James Hahn, call in 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines here with an opportunity to discuss with Doug what is wrong with his takes.
They spent $59 million to get rid of their 3 best players. I guess you can like that. I guess that's a positive thing for some. I'm not used to seeing a hopeless Cardinal team going into a season where it really looks like they have no chance.
Guys, it's exciting for me to know that a lot of these guys are going to be meeting Mr. Tim for the first time.
Oh, gosh.
Man, what I wouldn't do to relive the moment I first met that legend.
Stop it.
Stay cute, King. Thanks. And free perk 26. That's Brian Henson, who's monitoring the Colts quarterback situation.
Okay.
Tim, let these losers form their own alliances. Call them the New World Money. However, those of us who printed the money, those insolent spec spend, are called the aristocracy. Who's with me? That's from Marsh's collage program, who is forming his own alliance called the aristocracy to go up against Sharon from Clayton, Harrison's brother Master, and the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Okay.
So if anybody wants to join that alliance... Man, we got a lot of wars out
here. Do you
here.
have to have an alliance? Can't you just ride in by yourself and rip us?
That's been going on for a while, but now alliances are forming. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. A $10,000 HVAC system is on the line this month for the email of the month winner. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. We'll do that at 9:45. Jeremy Rutherford is going to be with us coming up at 8:40 in studio, taking your 2-part questions as Sharon from Clayton and Harrison's brother Master and their alliance are leading an investigation into which Blues were at the MAC Monday night. And I guess they will release their findings at a press conference from Sanibel at some point today. So we'll look forward to that. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Sickest Ween Wednesday today. TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. Doug, this AFC North, legendary coaches, one fired, and John Harbaugh, the gentleman who beat him to get him fired, steps down yesterday in Mike Tomlin. Were you guys surprised by that news yesterday afternoon?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I thought Tomlin would be a lifer there, stay until he just retired from the game completely. And I guess maybe he is. I don't think he's going to retire completely. I think it's pretty dangerous when you have a coach that's been highly successful and even got you into the playoffs this year, and now you're thinking it's time for him to step aside. It's pretty dangerous. You don't know what you're going to get next.
I think a little bit of a parallel with the Cardinals, where they just kind of realize they're just, even though it's a winning season, they're just kind of treading water. They're not a real threat. They've lost 7 straight playoff games. And I said this the other day, if 14 teams get into the NFL playoffs, that's not really the bar anyway. Well, we got into the playoffs, like the bowl game talk that we have. And they don't do anything in the postseason. I'm not saying you don't appreciate Mike Tomlin, but maybe it's time to try something else. I just feel like it's probably time.
I'd say this, and I don't know how you guys felt about it. If the Ravens got in, I felt like the Ravens could make a run. And I think the Ravens probably thought that too, which is why that was so devastating when Luke missed that kick. There was not a part of me that thought the Steelers could make a run. I mean, of the 14 teams in the playoffs, whether it be the Steelers or the Panthers, it wasn't happening. And so to see it play out the way that it did on Monday night wasn't particularly surprising. And I think if you're a Steeler fan, that is your big issue. You knew you didn't have a chance. Yeah, you got in, but you knew you didn't have a chance, and we haven't had a chance for a while if you're a Pittsburgh Steeler fan. Meanwhile, in Baltimore, different set of circumstances there, but John Harbaugh actually gets fired and now is doing a tour of the nation considering his next job. Mike Francesa has some insight, Doug. Oh, wow. He gets a little distracted by talking about his connections via his horse racing.
Oh, okay.
But he'll still get some insight on him and the Giants.
All right, Darryl starts us off. If Harbaugh doesn't want the Giant job, and you know now that Chris Mara told Ian O'Connor, who works for The Athletic, that he went and had lunch at Harbaugh's house. Okay, I'm just laying back here. There's no reason to call because it's what Harbaugh is going to do, and Harbaugh's not going to tell me what he's going to do. Obviously, I know Chris very well because Chris is a horse owner. He's at Saratoga every day.
Gosh.
As a matter of fact, he sits next to my horse partner, Lee Einseidler, where Lee's box is. A couple of rows back for me. These guys like to sit a little back underneath the overhang. I like
don't
to
care
sit
where they
in
sit.
A row because I just have always sat there, been in the same box forever, and I like the crowd. I like the finish line. I like the sunshine. So I like the whole thing from that standpoint. What? But he's right next to my partner Lee's box, so I see Chris all the time, and now he's taking obviously a bigger role because of John's illness. We'll see where that takes us. Hey, you know what my gut is on this with Harbaugh? First, let me say this. I just have a feeling Harbaugh is going to take it. I don't know anything. I know the Giants are optimistic. I know it's going to be very expensive and that Harbaugh wants a lot of control. I don't know where it leaves Shane, into what kind of role it leaves Shane. I don't know. Harbaugh can pretty much say, I want the sky to be yellow and I want the, sun to be blue, and he's going to get it. I mean, he's going to get whatever he wants right now.
What? Huh. So Chris Mara.
Who sits out in the sunshine?
I think Chris Mara, who's an executive with the Giants, you're like, well, what are his credentials? Well, he's been with the Giants since 2003. Doug, what are his credentials? His family owns the team.
Yeah.
So that's who he's referring to, Chris Mara.
And he likes to sit in the sunshine, or he sits in the box, and Mike likes the sunshine at the finish line?
I think Mike likes the sunshine.
That'll affect the hiring process?
How often do you go to the tracks? Like every day? That seemed like maybe a once or twice a A week tops if you're an owner?
I think Francesa owns a couple of horses. I don't know how often he's going. Probably, I mean, when he's retired, he just does that. He just rambles for a couple hours, and then I guess he's got all day. Mm-hmm. Drink Diet Coke and sit in the sunshine.
Is that an emergency pod with an update on the Harbaugh potential hiring? Because it had a lot of meat there.
If you're Harbaugh, you're not going to the New York Giants, are you?
Jackson Dart and Cam Scattaboo. Here we go.
I mean, it's New York. That's exciting. It's the NFC. Maybe something a little different, but no, I wouldn't take the Giants job.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Then where's he going, Martin?
That I don't have an answer for you, Tim.
Do you know anybody who owns any horses?
Maybe
you like to sit in the sunshine.
Maybe go to Pittsburgh.
Wouldn't that be crazy if the division rival jumps over to the... I would say if you bring Lamar with you, you have a better chance to win in Pittsburgh. The problem is the Steelers don't have a quarterback.
Ooh. John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson.
Atlanta doesn't sound exciting. Harvard to Miami.
Vegas?
No, I wouldn't go anywhere near that.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like...
Well, no, I know.
Job vacancies aren't like...
I think the Packers didn't fire LaFleur. They thought, you know what, it's a bad cycle out there. We don't want Harbaugh. If you don't want John Harbaugh, don't fire your coach. Wait a year. Now, that owner of the Dolphins, huge Michigan guy, maybe Jim Harbaugh's tight with them and says, hey, I'll call John for you. I don't know. Giants job. But now Francesa says his gut tells him
he's going to New York.
Take the job. I mean, the appeal of New York, that division's kind of fun, NFC East, but what's the team? God, it's amazing how the Giants and Jets are always straight cheeks, Doug, is what you like to say.
Straight cheeks.
Jackson, do you like them?
The Giants or Jets?
Straight cheeks.
Love straight cheeks. Yeah. Well, at least the Giants have like won in this century. There's more than a fair amount of teams.
2X, yeah.
More than most teams can probably say for this century.
Right.
The Jets are just the armpit of the league, unfortunately.
Billikens are not the armpit of the league.
Far from it.
They are surging 24th in the NCAA net rankings. Jackson, I feel like there was free money out there last night, and I left it out there, and I'm disappointed in myself. Candidly, I wasn't really monitoring it, but when I saw Kansas was at home against undefeated Iowa State, you knew what was going to happen. Iowa State was going to come out of that building with a loss, and they lost by, 19 or something like that?
It's so hard betting Kansas because you don't know if Darren Peterson's going to play like 2 minutes, 20 minutes, play at all, because they're night and day
Kansas
difference.
has a big game at home, they win.
Well, especially looking down the barrel of a 0-3 start in the league, or 0-4, one of the two.
I left that out there. But the Billikens are looking to go 4-0 in Atlantic 10 play tonight, taking on Fordham at 7 p.m., and then on Saturday, taking on Richmond at 3 p.m. Looking to take the family to that one, Doug. Is that the Spiders?
It
Spiders?
is. Yeah, Richmond Spiders.
Yep. So the Billikens are surging, and if they win both their games this week, I would imagine it is a 5-star lock. They will be a top 25 team come Monday. If you want to see an exciting brand of basketball, then I would recommend taking in a Billikens game. Home games this weekend. Tickets available at slewbillikens.com. Off to their best start since 1993-1994. They're the only team in the country with 6 players averaging double figures in scoring, and 8 different Billikens have led the team in scoring in a game so far this season. How about that fun fact?
Nice.
For No and Tell, looking to extend the longest winning streak in Chaifetz Arena history, which currently sits at 14 games, and they are 11-0 on the home floor. Try to make it 12-0 tonight against Fordham, 13-0 should they get that done on Saturday against Richmond. So there it is. Tickets available at slewbillikens.com. And maybe we'll see Doug Vaughn there because you're a man about town. You like to be seen, and we now have a People magazine correspondent following each and every one of us and our moves around town. Catch me in Clayton. Supt for Sace.
How about a little Atlantic 10 quiz?
Jackson, you doing a quiz?
I'll take a quiz.
There are 3 teams in the A10 that have the same nickname. Who are those schools?
Fordham, VCU, both the Rams, so there's probably a third Ram out there. Oh, man. There's got to be a third Ram.
Yeah.
You can do this. You're cute.
Yeah, it's not St. Joseph. We know they're the saint of the ever-flapping hawk.
That's correct.
God bless
Patriots,
America.
we got Colonial.
Is George Washington, don't they have a weird name, but they go by something else?
Those are the Revolutionaries.
Yeah.
They switched it up.
Yeah, was that offensive or something?
I think Chuck Todd made him do it, something like that.
Chuck Todd did?
There's something. No, there's a weird connection there.
The Chuck Todd of the University of Miami?
Chairman Kurt, I hate to do this to you, but if you get a chance, if you have a moment.
Rhode Island!
Ah, yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's from Little Jackie's Rolling Papers, and also We Too Low, and also the 636, and also the 314.
3 teams still undefeated in the Atlantic 10. Can you name those papers?
I'm looking at it, so I can't.
Okay. Well, that should help then.
Well, I don't want to. I'll recuse.
George Mason, 5-0. Billikens, 3-0. The Dayton Flyers are 4-0.
And to Tim's point about hopping into the top 25, Seton Hall, who is number 25, loses last night to Dan Hurley and the UConn.
And he was gracious in victory?
No, he got sideways with the sideline reporter who asked him about his troubles coaching against Seton Hall, and he goes, well, I did beat him in 2020. It was one of my most signature wins.
Oh, jeez.
My legacy is safe whether or not I beat Seton Hall.
Oh, gosh, I don't like that guy.
The A-10 sucks. The conference is 0-6 versus top 25 teams. Quit sucking up to SLU, you shills.
Oh.
That's from Evil Galvin. We're St. Louis University shills.
I'd say it's a bigger reflection that they only have played 6 games against top 25 teams. That just means that furthers our point that the A-10 can't get the schedule right.
Yeah. Well, the Billikens are one of the big positive things we have going on the sports scene here right now.
And what else?
No, not much.
Chuck Todd's a woke loser. A king. Woke. Who do you think that's from? Just one? Yeah, you only get one.
Eric in the Central West.
Okay.
Give that boy a WNBA quiz. He'll ace that. That's from Starfish Street. Jackson, you want to take a WNBA quiz?
I'm always open. I love a quiz. I love
you
trivia.
do.
I love trivia. I don't need a WNBA quiz.
Okay, sorry.
Good. I wear the hat.
Jeremy Rutherford is going to be in studio taking 2-part questions regarding the St. Louis Blues. You can send those in. It's brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreen-ws.com. That's evergreen-ws.com. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text in your questions for Jeremy Rutherford. Thanks for the memory recall, Brian Henshin. I remember when I first met Tim, too. It was at the Fan Page Club Championship, and literally it was so amazing. After shaking his hand, I couldn't wait to go home and touch my wife, so it was like my wife was being touched by Tim.
Stop it!
That's from Mr. Licks.
Why is that necessary?
People are just texting in stories.
They're Tim shills.
Billiken shills and Tim shills text in.
I think there's a Mumford & Sons song called Tim Shill. Is it T-I-M-S-H-E-O?
Guys, what's the Mount Rushmore of horny older men? Michael Irvin and who else? That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, now part of the Alliance.
Michael Irvin and who else?
And Harrison's brother,
Sam
Matt.
Elliott.
Jackson, would you say Sam Elliott's on there?
I'd like to nominate Stephen A.
Yeah, he's got a wonderful little podcast in which he gets Randy.
Oh, how do you know I'm freaky?
How about that?
Yeah, Stephen A. Shan Sharp can get that situation.
What, on his Instagram?
Yeah.
Bill Clinton?
Yeah, for sure. It's a pretty good Mount Rushmore.
Mm-hmm.
The A10 gets me horny. That's from the Total Package.
Well, good.
That's not, what basketball conference makes you horny? Text on in.
Cut that off.
That's odd. That's an odd question to ask a man.
Jackson's ready to defend it. What do you mean?
Yeah, well, you don't have to answer.
Joe Namath gets a vote, Doug. He hasn't been with us for a little while, but he gets a vote nonetheless.
Oh, man.
I still see Joe Namath on the hearing aid commercials every now and then.
Yeah.
He's still alive, right?
I was going to say, did he die?
Who was I thinking of? Oh, I was thinking, I apologize. When we had him on, that's when I found out that Brian Burwell had passed, and I always correlate the two.
Yeah, he's alive. He's 82 years old.
Joe Namath was on our program in when did Brian pass, Martin? 2014. And then Joe Strauss passed the following year.
Because Burwell was like October-ish of 2014, mid-season.
Yeah.
And then Strauss was right after Christmas. I interviewed Kevin Demoff, of all people, in Seattle because I needed somebody that had worked with Joe. And I just felt like a scum even talking to him about Joe. But we were in Seattle and nobody was there.
And it was December of 15? So it was 3 weeks before the vote?
It was right after Christmas. Well, it was great to work with Joe. I just
Your impression.
Smithers. He is just quintessential Smithers.
You can send your two-parters in 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can also post them in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Jeremy Rutherford, I just saw his shadow, Doug.
Oh, did you?
Like a little
So there'll
bank
be more
robber.
winter?
Okay.
Yeah, he is going to be joining us, taking your two-part questions. This is the Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
In the market for a new vehicle, AutoLoanPro.com. Write it down, memorize it. Pretty simple. AutoLoanPro.com. Anyone could sell you a car, but it takes a pro to get it right. Financing a car, the only thing to know is to choose a pro. AutoLoan Pro. AutoLoanPro.com. They are part of the Lita family. The website has all the vehicles that are available. In addition to that, they put together that free playbook that you can download. It's going to educate you on how to get the car of your choice in the future. So whatever the situation, don't worry about it. Whatever the circumstance, don't worry about it. Little to no money down. That's what they're going to do for you, and the best rate possible. They're able to do that because they work with over 50 different lenders. Not vendors, lenders. There's a difference there. That means you'll get the best financing available. Making that large purchase gets complicated, especially if there's been a hiccup along the way. Doesn't matter. The Auto Loan Pro is going to help you out. Get online, pick out the car, learn how the credit industry works, and move along with your life. AutoLoanPro.com.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, and look who is in studio. Doug, you're going to have to look over your right shoulder. There he is, Jeremy Rutherford.
You're to the right, Doug. I see you there now. Hey, JR.
What's up? Jeremy Rutherford with us, taking your two-part questions, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreen-ws.com. Harrison's brother Master is actively texting. You know, there's an alliance now with Harrison's brother Master, Sharon from Clayton, and now the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom as well.
Tim,
Jim.
I heard, on Wednesday mornings, it takes a little while to get here, so I heard the Dan Marshall Wireless 6 a.m. hour. I heard the, what? I heard segment 7P. I heard it all, and I did hear there's an alliance.
Yeah, a new alliance out there. Were you in attendance on Monday night at the Missouri Athletic Club?
I was, and...
you were working like the Dickens.
Yeah, and I sat next to Doug, and I did see Doug. I heard you guys talking about the restroom earlier. I saw Doug in the restroom.
Wow.
And a little bit of an awkward situation. So Doug is at a urinal.
Yeah.
Eating
There's
a hot dog?
about five urinals on the wall, and he's taking up one of them. They're all jammed up. And so I'm next in line. I'm standing over by the sink. I'm next in line. I say something to Doug, and Doug doesn't hear me for whatever reason. And so now I got four guys turning around looking at me, wondering who the heck I'm talking to. So I just kept eating my hot dog and went about my business.
I don't think I even saw you. And Walt was yelling at me, too.
Walt was yelling?
What was he yelling at you about? Slow pace of play on the golf course?
Something like that.
You moron, still on the show. Jesus. Quit texting Matthew, Marty. He didn't want to come on the show. Jesus.
We have had Harrison's brother Master demanding to know if Jordan Kyrou and Robert Thomas were in attendance.
What do I do here? Because, Doug, you saw how far we were from that player table, right?
Yeah.
We were 100 feet away. And normally we're parked right next to him, but this year we weren't. So normally, in a normal year, Harrison's brother Master's, change your name, you could sit there and say, okay, well, I saw these 10 guys. I mean, the only glimpse we got of that table was when they put them up on the camera, right?
Right.
Yeah. And so I did not see the players that you're talking about. I can tell you who I did see.
Who did you see?
Yeah. But I mean, it almost serves no purpose because you can sit here and, talk about guys you saw, and then maybe you didn't see guys who people are claiming weren't there. So it's kind of a tough deal.
Yeah.
Can't say I don't think, like Shenner, we know was there, but you can't say with any certainty who was or wasn't.
Yep.
Well, you could say if you saw somebody.
Neighbors, Shen, Sundquist, those are the guys I saw. Pareko. I mean, and they
14 guys were there, is my understanding. I think Jim Montgomery may have said that.
Yep. 15.
15, is that what I was?
About
Okay.
15.
Texts are coming in, and you can text in two-part questions. 314-399-9646. You can also ask them in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The non-link starts things off here. Text into my phone. Is JR approach this period between now and the deadline as simply a waiting period? With all the rumors swirling, does that indicate any urgency, or is it just another example of Armstrong doing his diligence and waiting for the opportunity? What do you got, JR?
Well, I think a couple things. One thing is he's going to wait for the best deal. And if you're trading pending unrestricted free agent, or you're trading a guy with 1 year left on his deal, like, a Shen, or you're trading Justin Falk, those deals can be made. But, I mean, if you're looking to trade one of these core guys, a Thomas, a Kyrou, maybe a Buchnevich, I mean, those are complicated deals that take time, and I just don't see those deals being made before the deadline. And, hey, one detail, guys, to keep in mind with this, the way I understand it is that if you trade a guy prior to the Olympic break, he's going to be on the other team's cap throughout the Olympic break. And so there's no real motivation for teams to trade for these guys prior to the Olympic break with them being on the cap for that 3 weeks. So I realize the NHL's shut down, but the way I understand it is that the deals would likely come after the Olympic break and before the trade deadline. And when I say the deals, I don't mean the Blues deals. I mean any deals around the league.
Well, would you assume there is going to be a bit of a house cleaning at some point?
Well, I think that they are definitely exploring the idea and making calls and taking calls on all of their players, including those core players. That's the easiest way to say it. And whether a deal gets done before the deadline March 6th or a deal gets done, August 10th, I think that they are attempting to trade or listen to trades with some of those guys.
Okay. And then they turn in a performance like last night where you think, no, wait a minute, maybe they're okay. How do you explain such a large disparity in the play, or is that just sports in general?
Yeah, sports in general, and just so many variables that go into it. Not taking anything away from that win last night, because I think they beat a lot of teams last night with that performance. Not just Carolina, but Hurricanes coming off a back-to-back, or the Hurricanes taking the Blues lightly. I think there's been too much of a book written about a lot of players on this team to make any determination about one game or even a month. I think people know who most of these players on the roster are.
It was good to see Snuggerud, Dvorsky. I was saying that earlier, that there is a fair amount of youth there that's just going to have some ups and downs. I was thinking Snuggerud's been quiet, but then to be fair, he was out for like a month. But I think Dvorsky, Snuggerud, the next couple of months, it's huge for this franchise if you can see those guys take some steps.
It's the absolute biggest thing. I mean, when you see a score sheet that's got a Snuggerud goal, a Dvorsky goal, and a Joel Hofer shutout, I mean, what else do you want? That is what Blues fans should be focused on right now.
And Otto getting on there as well. JR, what do you make of the Blues playing one of their most complete games without Robert Thomas being in the lineup? Do they overpass and not play simple with him in the lineup? That's from, Doug, do you pronounce it Bibas Sports Performance, or is it Bibas? B-I-B-A-S?
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I think it's Bibas.
Is it?
Okay. Yep. I don't make much of it, especially just one game. I mean, if you went 3 weeks and you went 10-0, 15-0 without a Robert Thomas, then maybe you wonder, a Jordan Kyrou. But I think that when teams play without their top guys, they play a north-south game. Yesterday, the focus was speed, and you saw a ton of speed from that performance last night. So, look, also, Robert Thomas is nicked up. I'm not making any excuses for him, but there's been a lot of practices in the past couple weeks that he hasn't participated in. And Jim Montgomery made the comment a couple days ago. He said, hey, we've been analyzing this. Is this a deal where, maybe we look to not shut him down, but take the load off him a little bit before the Olympic break? Do we hold him out to the break? I think there's some questions with his health right now, and perhaps that's contributing.
What do you make of some of the guys that have joined here recently, like Berggren and Stenberg? Do they look like guys that are keepers?
Well, yeah, a couple of those guys, different categories. You got a Stenberg, a first-round draft pick. He's going to be here for a long time, I think. He's shown a ton. The fact that he's here, yeah, we just talked about Dvorsky and Snuggerud. Tim might have mentioned Stenberg. He's a guy who's going to be here and play. Fabry, Berggren, I know you mentioned Berggren. These are guys that you bring in, and Berggren, you see what they got, and if they fit the puzzle, then you can add them to it. But I don't think that anybody's looking at some of those types of guys. Those are just the fill-ins that they've had to bring in because of the injuries.
All right, two-parters are coming in, and they're coming in fast.
Yeah,
and they're coming
my
in
notes mode here.
Yeah, fast and furious here.
Okay.
Any chance we see Carbonneau before year's end for a cup of coffee? That's from the South City Power Hoosier.
The only way that happens is if his junior season ends and he comes to St. Louis. So the rules state that the Blues cannot grab him until he plays his last junior game of the year. So to be determined.
JR, the Mayu deal, how does it affect him going forward? And as a big fellow, how do you feel about Doug fat-shaming people? That's from Well Endowed.
I do not like the fat shaming. Being a fat, it's hard. Yeah, a lot of times I'm driving around.
But you wouldn't wear a 5X. That's what I saw in the store.
Yeah.
A Snuggerud jersey that was a 5 extra large.
There's been sometimes where I go looking for the 5 and I can't find it. They had it that day?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, I didn't see that. And what was the other one, Tim?
What was the hockey question in there?
I think there might have been, but I've already lost it. They're coming in so fast.
Yeah.
The Mayu deal.
Mayu deal, yeah.
It wasn't for much money, though, wouldn't it be?
No, yeah, he's a restricted free agent, and so they have his rights. He's not going anywhere, and then they just re-upped him for one more year. Take a peek at him again next year and see what happens.
Besides Falk, does JR think any core defenseman could be traded? And what is his favorite Super Bowl meat and side? Doug, meat and side.
Super Bowl meat.
Defensemen get traded. Veteran guys, no, because then you'd be talking about Parayko, you'd be talking about Fowler, and I don't think those guys are going to get moved. Super Bowl meat and side. Meat, I'm going to go the chicken wing. Does that work with you guys?
Oh, I love a good wing. Do you have your Mount Rushmore of wings with you today, boy?
Oh, man. You know what? I'm a Hooters guy.
Is that right?
Yeah. What do you guys?
I don't mind a good Hooters wing. I haven't had it in a couple decades.
I like the breading and make the wing as big as it can be, I suppose.
Oh, you'd like Three Kings then.
Really?
You'd like that Three Kings.
Yeah.
You'd like that a lot.
What about the waffle fries?
Yeah, what about waffle fries?
Oh, waffle fries. Chick-fil-A. That's not
Frank
bad,
used to say there's no such thing as a bad cheeseburger. Is there a bad wing? Have you had some that they're a little too frail, kind of? Not much meat on the bone?
Yeah, that's actually, that would be it.
Waffle fries.
Chairman, how far do we have to put the GPS on to get to Three Kings?
Three Kings, I feel like, is
Bears.
expanded. The original location.
Yeah, there's a Three Kings right by Ronnie's.
There you go.
South County and one in.
And then they were at the airport for a little bit until they got berated.
And then is Buffalo chicken dip, is that a side?
Yeah. Buffalo chicken.
No. A dip cannot be a side.
No, that's a sopping.
If you want to slurp it down. Hey, JR, what's the best spot in Jefferson County for some pog hunting? That's from William B.
Define
Hung.
the pog hunting. What are we going here?
Doug?
Show up anywhere, you'll find it.
Let's see. Ice and Fuel, Honey Hot Wings. They're the tops. That's from the Jerkwood from Kirkwood.
I didn't know if people ate at Ice and Fuel. I thought just pounded drinks.
Oh, my God.
Can people just
okay,
lose this
good to
list? Can
know.
people tweet these to me?
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Recovering Alcoholic says, let me tell you something. Olive and Oak Wings are sneaky awesome. I agree with him on that. Al's need to know if JR ran away with any billet moms like I did in Danville with my power play D partner and that night's linesman. It's a true story. We all took a ride. That's from the Recovering Alcoholic.
There are billet moms in Danville?
As a hockey writer, do you need a billet mom?
I do not. But it's funny he's bringing this up. I'm working on a big Jake Neighbors feature and calling Jake's billet mom. No, I'm not asking any questions, guys.
Wow.
Calling Jake's billet mom this week for the story.
Papers, can you play at your leisure?
Sure.
For JR, the Frank food audio? Since we're talking wings, sides. You know that Frank Cusimano, he's over at Channel 5, JR.
Did you say at your leisure because you're questioning his ability to pull it up quickly? Or?
Well, I didn't want to be bossing the young boy around. But we did have audio of Frank enjoying food, which since we're talking, I just thought you might enjoy a little audio of Frank Cusimano. It's a montage. Tim, do you call it a montage?
Yeah, I think you could call that a montage.
Martin, before he pulls it, I love your Frank impression, and I've asked Frank if he knows that you do it. No, what's he say?
You can taste your fresh pesto. I can taste the Doritos and the Fritos. Oh, wow. That chutney. Oh, wow.
Okay, that's chutney.
We just got about 10 texts saying that Three Kings is now in Cottleville, Doug. That shows that Cottleville
really?
is strong in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
That's a ways on the nav.
Harrison, yeah, boy, that would be a haul for you. Harrison's brother Master is active. Greetings, JR. No Kyrou comment today. It's a foregone conclusion. He won't be with the team next year. I did think it was funny he didn't show up for the Blues Hall of Fame ceremony. Must have been watching the new Harry Potter or something. Anywho, two-part question today. What do we make of Colton Parayko? At one point, the Athletic said he had the worst contract in the league. Then he's on Four Nations. Now he's on the Olympic team, but he has 0 goals and like 10 points this season. What is he? How is he viewed around the league? Also, I'm kind of nervous about GM Steen. He doesn't say much. Your thoughts on how he'll handle the club, please. That's Harrison's brother Master.
It shows, first of all, he's being optimistic about Kyrou not being on the team. I mean, if they can't find a trade for Kyrou, then he is on the team. Parayko shows what little I know about this Blues team, because when Dom at The Athletic wrote that Parayko might have a regression after that 16-goal season last year, what? Like, this guy, he's shown that with the 16 goals that he can put up some offense, and here he's stuck on 0 more than halfway through the season. And with Steen, it's kind of by design. Like, this is still Doug's team, and so Doug and Jim Montgomery are the only two who are really permitted, allowed, to be interviewed for anything about the team. So I can't just call up Alex Steen and say, hey, I want to do an interview with you for the Athletic, and he obliges. So that's a situation where Doug's doing the talking right now.
JR two-parter, is this the most depressing time in St. Louis sports history? And second question, should we sacrifice a few of the rogue monkeys and a goat under the arch to turn things around? That's from Dem Hogs.
It is the most depressing time in St. Louis sports, I think. What do you?
I think so.
In all the years we've been doing this show, I don't recall a time like this. I really don't. Where at least one of the teams does. I mean, and for half of this show's existence, we had an NFL team, but where at least one of the teams has people buzzing. I mean, the closest thing that I think we have would be 2 of the college basketball teams. With St. Louis U and Illinois.
Yeah, so in my notes here, I have depressing time in St. Louis and monkeys, just so I don't forget. But you know what? If you had to put together a list of the top 5 reasons why, you know, some of those what you just mentioned, but when the Cardinals are paying people to go away, that doesn't happen.
A lot of money.
It has to be
$60 million, JR.
And when the Blues are in a fight for the number 1 overall pick, so I vote yes, most depressing time in St. Louis, and I don't think those monkeys have anything to do with the Blues' failures this year and the Cardinals' struggles. So I would feel badly if they had to give up their lives for that.
This is when we need a good Calvin postgame. Coach, have you heard about the monkeys loose? I'm sorry?
So what'd your grandma think about the monkeys?
JR, sausage links or patties, and what is your guess the percentage that Binner gets dealt? That's from the Veiled Prophet.
I'm going to go patties because you can put them on a sandwich, make the sandwich bigger, and I think that there is a chance Binner will get dealt Bennington. I don't want to be the beat writer that calls him by the nickname. I only did that because the texter
Prophet,
did. Yeah. So I think there's a chance. I think they hand the reins off to Joel Hofer, and I think Jordan Bennington will maybe want to go somewhere where he can maybe reestablish himself as a starter, and maybe at some point. I'm not saying a change of scenery is necessary. I'm just saying maybe he would think that.
The absolute, like, you got to bet, and this is a surefire play that somebody is going to be dealt, is your number 1 play
Justin Falk.
I was going to say, is Justin Falk, and it's just that simple.
Yeah, value. They've got guys coming in. Yeah.
Let's see what I got in the YouTube chat. Just a lot of wings conversation in there. MD 2020 says you're holding water for Cairo and Thomas today.
What am I doing?
A shot.
What am I doing?
MD 2020, you can call in and we'll put you on.
Call in.
314-974-0101. Let's see. JR, Derek Gould used to cover the Blues, and then he moved to the Cardinals. If you had to switch teams, what team or sport would you like to cover? That's from the Bastard James Hahn.
Would that be St. Louis only, or what would it be?
Bastard James Hahn. Now you're going to have to call in as well, like MD 2020.
Just any team.
Well, actually, yeah. So I wanted to do the Blues. Years ago, I covered some college sports, Illinois, Mizzou. But Derek was on the Blues. But Derek's goal was to get to the Cardinals, right? So I'll never forget the phone call that I got one day. Hey, we're going to move Derek to Cardinals, and you're going to do Blues. So
wow, how about that? What year was that?
That was 05. Doug, what was it?
I don't know.
05 follows the years closer.
Was it during the lockout, or was that?
It was right after it. Yeah, it was right after it. So then I went to Blues, and I like it. I didn't grow up playing hockey, but I was a Blues fan growing up. And, the biggest thing is I like working a lot in the winter when it's cold and dark outside, and kind of having the summers a little lighter.
That's a nice strategy, man. Yeah. I like that play.
Yeah, and so I don't necessarily want to do baseball. If I go to a game, I want to be in the bleachers with a cocktail. So
that baseball's a grind too.
Super grind, yeah.
Almost every night, traveling all the time, working really late.
Yeah, and I always say to Derek and Katie Wu, I would say, hey, listen, you could be there till 2 a.m. playing 22 innings. I get a shootout and I get to go home. So.
Yeah, at 9:45, it's over.
Let's see. JR, did you ever get a chance to meet or interview Mr. Goalie Glenn Hall?
Yeah, I did.
He got a shout out last night from Joel Hofer in the post.
Yeah, how about that? On the phone, worked it out through his son Pat several years ago. I think it was 2000, Doug.
I don't know.
2000, maybe 19, and had a chance to talk to him on the phone. And I didn't watch him growing up, but I'm familiar with who he was and what he did, and so what a pleasure.
You call him Mr. when you picked up the phone. Hey, Mr. Goalie.
Yeah, I think I screwed it up though, and this is going to show my ignorance. But Jacques Plante, who also played goal back then with Glenn Hall, I think after games he would go out on the ice and he'd kind of stick his arms up
Jacques
in the air.
Plante did, yeah,
with the V for victory.
Yeah.
And I made the mistake of saying to Glenn Hall on the phone. So you used to go out and stick your arms up in the air with the V.
No,
that was Jacques.
Huh?
He tell you to go back to Jeff?
Yeah.
And was it real that he would throw up before every game? He was so upset.
That was Josh Allen.
That get embellished.
That was Jackson.
That's what they say. That's what they say.
Yeah.
And he said it like in that interview. I think he talked about it, and then also Bob Plager talked about that as well. But then the running joke is that he wasn't throwing up because he was competitive, nervous. He was throwing up because he looked around the room and saw who his defensemen were.
Oh, that could be.
And that's why he barked.
Hey, here's an entirely pointless thought experiment, JR. Let's say Chief has never let go and is coaching this team right now. What would change, if anything, over the last 2 years? That's from Shrimply Pibbles, who used to send in pictures of his wife, but he stopped because I picked Mississippi State against Missouri.
Yeah, he can tweet those to me, too. So wings and pictures. I don't think anything would have changed. You know, as kind of surprised as I was that Craig Berube was let go, and at the time, you know, still you feel that it was the roster, not necessarily his coaching. I think we were headed down that path with Craig Berube, that the end was going to be near at some point. I just think the message would have probably ran out, and like it always does with NHL coaches, and I don't see any difference with him behind the bench or Jim Montgomery or anybody else.
He even said it at the time. Yeah, I guess the message gets old. I think he was pretty agreeable to go at that point.
Yeah, and I'll never forget one of the quotes from Oscar Sundqvist. You know, he said when he came in, demanded accountability. He was, you know, he wanted us to get our confidence back, so on and so forth. But he goes, at the end, he was kind of viewed a little bit as a teddy bear.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's what Sundqvist said. And I don't think that was a slight. It was just that they didn't look at him necessarily the
Interesting.
same way. Yeah.
He was catching some hell in Toronto just like a month ago, but those Leafs got hot here as of late, winning 7 of their last 10. And I saw a text earlier, but there's so many here that I've lost track. But it was something along the lines of, I guess it's fair to say that this wasn't on Drew Bannister. Here it is. JR, is it safe to say Bannister wasn't the problem? And who is the next guy to get excited about? That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
Yeah, I think that you could qualify it, though. I don't think that it was Drew Bannister's fault, but I don't think that Drew Bannister would have been the guy to lead them back. That's probably the best way to look at that. And next guy to get excited about, we talking about players or?
Just like cutest guy you've seen.
Oh, come on.
Cutest guy?
I don't know.
That was the question? Who's the cutest guy coming up?
Just answer it.
Jackson, at your leisure, could you play the Dylan Holloway?
Yeah.
Take your shirt off. Exactly right. Yeah. So that's your answer, I guess?
Yeah.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
It's going to be an awkward room when he gets back.
What's his timetable?
He's skating. It was originally the end of January. These guys keep coming back quicker than they say. So,
right there.
I like when they ask Monty. So-and-so, he's like, "What? No." He'll like shoot down. Every once in a while, we'll say, "I saw so and so on the other." Oh, he's a long ways off.
Baby steps.
Doofus.
It's a baby step today.
They do get world-class medical treatment.
They do.
I'm sure that helps. It would help anyone come back a little quicker.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out to JR. I don't think we didn't talk to you since you got to the bottom of Goaliegate, which was last Thursday, right? About the whole Binnington not leaving the ice. And you talked to Monty the day after, right? Did we talk to you since? I
don't think so. Yeah, and just, quickly, that night when it happened, you're watching. I didn't go to Chicago, so I'm watching with the rest of everybody, trying to put 2 and 2 together. And did Binnington really just not come off? And I told myself, I'm not going to speculate. Like, you can throw something out there and people read it, people click on it, but I'm not going to speculate. So I waited till the next morning. I got a hold of Jim Montgomery. He was appreciative that there wasn't any speculation, and he spelled it out what he said. I know Doug said there is a conspiracy theory, though. There's got to be something else, right, Doug?
Yeah. I'm not sure I buy what they're selling us.
So
maybe I should, but the fact that there's no room on the bench, so our backup's not ready to play, so he doesn't have his gear on.
Yeah. So I talked to some people who were in that locker room at that moment, and they said he didn't have his top on. He took his shirt off, like Dylan Holloway told him to.
Oh gosh.
But here's my thing. I actually want to ask you guys this because I know you talked about it. You guys said the next thing is to talk to Joel Hofer and find out a little more. So they go on and play in Utah. They play in Vegas. Well, now you're talking 4 or 5 days out when they come back. Would it be proper for a reporter to go up to a player at the next home game 5 days later and say, hey, so what gives on that not being ready?
It's probably past, right? And it wasn't that egregious that it had to be referenced or addressed. But maybe in passing, next time you guys are just palling around,
I'm just still stunned that you got a guy on a team not ready to play. It's not like it was 2-0 or 3-1. The guy had given up 6 goals already, so there's a chance you might need him. And to think that the backup is not dressed and ready to go,
well, it's the old
that's
thing.
What stuns me.
Jax, it's the young kid saying that's on all over the internet is you had one assignment, right?
Right, yeah.
Be ready.
That's right.
Yeah, he probably is a little cavalier, like, all right, this game's over. Yeah. Just kind of get a little, the skipper would get mad. You get a little comfortable. Don't get comfortable.
Hey, I did this one time. What's the school? St. John's over by the...
St. John the Baptist. Yeah, they wore jeans when they would play baseball.
So the St. John's Arnolds played at the St. John's the Baptist, I think. And my coach, youth basketball, did not put me in for the first, 38 minutes of the game. I started taking my high tops off.
Is this a protest?
Yeah, I started, I'm done. And he goes, what are you doing?
Grade school?
Yeah.
He didn't play you in grade school basketball?
I was slow to get up the court. So as soon as those high tops came off, he said, you're going in the game.
So that was a good move on your part. Get some minutes. What do you say? Get some tick?
Yeah, get a little tick.
Don't say tick.
PT.
JR, final question, because I know you got to go.
Finally.
This is from me. You wrote about, and it's on The Athletic right now, for the Blues. Passionate Hall of Fame ceremony was an eye-opening experience. In listening to all the post-game from last night, every player talked about it and really raved about it. I felt like Snuggerud perhaps was the most passionate, and that's a good thing, as one of probably a guy who's going to be here for a while. The impact it had on them. What did you hear that stood out to you from those guys?
Yeah, it's interesting because as we sat across the room, I knew that group of players was over there, and I thought, gosh, they have to be soaking this in, right, Doug? I don't know if you were thinking the same thing, but just the stories. I mean, there's old stories told every year, and they get embellished and so on and so forth. But, that was some pretty good stuff. And so I thought and I even walked into Enterprise Center last night, and I see one of the supervisors, Diane, who I see all the time, and she goes, if they were listening to that, they have to come out hard tonight, don't they? And but, you always go back to it's one game. So you hope that they absorb it. I think the bottom line here is, who cares about last night's score? Who cares about Friday's score? If the Snuggeruds, the Stenbergs, the Hofers, those guys, if they walked out of that room with a bigger appreciation, respect for the logo and the blue note, and they carry that forward, then that's all you can ask.
Doug says they need a banquet before every big game. So now Thursday night, if the MAC could clear the room, we'll have a banquet.
Do it again.
Just to get everybody.
He just wants that steak.
Those banquets remind you of the star power the Blues have had over the years. They've had some great players.
And I'm telling you, the first couple of years, as they were starting to build this thing, the guys who were being inducted showed up. Now everybody's showing up.
Yeah. It is amazing. We're in that lobby. In addition to Garth Brooks, you're like, well, there's Pronger, there's McInnes, there's Federico. They all live in St. Louis. I mean, and there's Hully just holding court. It is. When they get that group together, it's pretty impressive.
Yep.
JR, appreciate the time as always. Jeremy Rutherford, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreen-ws.com. Thank you, JR.
Thank you, Mark.
There he is. That's Jeremy Rutherford. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues win last night over the Hurricanes. Back in action on Friday as they take on the Tampa Bay Lightning. You can catch that game right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN, puck drop at 7. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, Doug. Rocky 3, Clubber Lang. Am I right on that?
I think so.
I'm annoyed because I typed in Rocky theme song. This is Apple Music's what they claim is Rocky theme song.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with Apple Music.
This isn't Rocky's theme song because it's Carl Weathers' birthday, but he wasn't in. He wasn't in Rocky 3.
You are so wrong. One of the hottest scenes I can recall were Sylvester Stallone and Carl Weathers just grinding on each other in the waves after running sprints.
You're right.
Thank you.
You're right.
Grinding?
So it still works. All right. Good deal.
So it's Carl Weathers' birthday.
Yes.
Is he still with us?
No. Died last year.
I would say recently.
Yeah, that was a recent passing.
73, 4, 5 age?
I think 74.
And he played in the NFL, didn't he?
Raiders?
I think so.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour, and Jeremy Rutherford. And JR was just with us, so you can podcast that conversation. Good conversation there, half hour with JR. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast here on The Morning After. That's Jason Gosrow, longtime TMA listener and longtime TMA sponsor. When the weather gets cold, and it's going to get really cold this weekend, that's when garage doors break. If it happens, it's never fun, but now you know where to go. You go to SchaeferDoor.com. That's SCHAEFER door.com. SchaeferDoor.com. And that's Jason Gosrow's business, and they will be out to take care of it right away. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they have Monday morning standby service for the doors that break over the weekend. They service commercial doors as well, so if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer's experienced in these types of jobs. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. Front page of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch website, stltoday.com.
The monkeys have been found.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Is he a friend of the program? Senator Eric Schmidt? He texts you during the program? Is that correct?
He wants to come by on Friday. He said
this coming Friday?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
He said that he'd had some recent meetings with the SEC and other NIL interests. Landscape of college sports is changing. He said there's some playoff talk. He said he's sending a letter to the Big East about getting SLU.
That's the story I was going to.
Is that right?
That is on the front page of the paper. Did he just text you because he hadn't said this?
I texted papers about an hour ago or during JR. He sent this a while back. I was busy, locked on the show, of course.
Right. Yeah.
But
texting.
But U.S. Senator Schmidt would like to come by and explain some of this on Friday.
Wow. How about that? I didn't know any of this.
Would he have input into the Billikens changing conferences?
Know.
So here is the story, gentlemen, on STLtoday.com, just posted. With the St. Louis University men's basketball team off to a strong start, U.S. Senator Eric Schmidt is putting on a full-court press to raise the squad's profile. In a letter sent Wednesday to the Big East Conference, Missouri's junior GOP senator touted the Billikens as, quote, a natural fit for one of the nation's elite hoops groups. The Billikens are scheduled to play Fordham at 7 p.m. tonight at Chaffetz Arena. Schmidt's letter, sent to Big East Commissioner Val Ackerman, notes that taking in St. Louis University would give the conference access to one of the top 25 television markets in the U.S., and Schmidt is not alone in the effort or on the letter. U.S. Senator John Husted, an Ohio Republican, has signed on to make the same pitch for Dayton, also a member of the A-10. The senators contend both schools share the core institutional values of the Big East. They point out that, like current Big East members, the two schools are affiliated with the Catholic Church, are mission-driven universities with deep commitments to academic excellence, community engagement, and the holistic development of student athletes. So he has sent a letter and is hoping to have that play a role in the Billikens going to the Big East, and is joined by an Ohio senator for Dayton to join as well. And now apparently this program is like Meet the Press. When newsmakers want to make news, they stop by the morning after.
If we've got room for them, we'll try to squeeze them in.
Thank you.
Most of those Big East
What if I tell
schools-
him we got Vitale? Sorry, pal.
Got Gabe. I'm
Gabe.
obviously still hopeful on Ella Reese.
What if we drop Senator Schmidt because we have the drops of the week? Ever watch that Meet the Press?
What?
Never mind. Perhaps we should play
That's
the
when we
drop.
used to call sororities blindly and have wonderful conversations. And
Senator-
Martin was trying to engage, and it just was a pitch out, nobody going.
Senator, would you mind if we just called a couple sororities real quick?
While you're on here.
I would love to see St. Louis U move to the Big East, but wouldn't you think that St. Louis U would have to make the pitch for that and not some outside interest?
I'm sure they're interested.
Yeah, I don't think he did this on his. I mean, hell,
Maybe
Jeff
it
Schertz
would-
said as much when he was in here.
Maybe it
with
would
us.
help open the door.
Yeah, but you would just think it'd be the president of St. Louis U and the athletic director would be the ones making the pitch.
Wouldn't it be the greatest?
Be awesome.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
makes perfect geographic sense to have built-in rivals close by in Indianapolis and Milwaukee and Chicago.
But there is a question moving forward with this whole NIL and college, and coaches have said, well, maybe Congress will get involved. Maybe so. Perhaps the senator can explain what role Congress could play in terms of the college sports game, which does seem to be a little out of control. I think we could all agree.
I mean, it no longer would be that Dayton is always the biggest game of the year for the Billikens. You know, you'd have UConn coming to town, Villanova, St. John's, Creighton. These are Butwa. You get to go.
Talk about Butwa.
You get to go to Butwa, which is the coolest basketball arena I've ever been in. It would be such a win for this city.
It
And
really
for
would
Sloan.
be.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as what realistically could happen in St. Louis sports, that would be a big increase for either the city's prospects or a team that's currently here's prospects. Again, it would be wonderful to have an NFL team. I think all of us probably get asked about that regularly. I just don't see it happening. Martin, I would imagine you're in lockstep on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth.
For sure.
Okay. Doug, I imagine you're... Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Jackson, I know, would love to have an NBA team. I'd love to have an NBA team. I don't see that happening either. So what is realistic? I mean, Missouri football, when I started at KMOV in 2000, it was like an afterthought. And 25 years later, now don't get me wrong, it's in part because there is no NFL team on this side of the state, but being in the SEC is one of the reasons why Saturdays in the fall now have a great deal of interest locally, even from those who did not go to school there. So conference affiliation can grow a brand exponentially, and so this would be a wonderful development.
Yeah, instead of playing Fordham tonight, maybe they're playing UConn or Villanova or Butwa.
And you know that Danny Hurley would love to come in studio and talk with us.
I would love papers down there. I would get you credentialed just to cover Danny Hurley's postgame.
I'd love it. They get to take on your Marquette Golden Eagles. Some fun trips in there, too, you know, for SLU fans.
Absolutely.
Convenient trips, too.
Yeah.
For the record, Doug, you want to take a guess on how many A10 teams are in the top 100 of the NCAA net rankings, which are used for the Quad 1, Quad 2, Quad 3, Quad 4
How many
wins?
A10 are into?
in
How
the
about
top-
two?
Martin, do you want to put a puck on the net? Puck on the net.
So SLU.
Nice, really nice.
Dayton.
And George Mason's in
Are
there,
they
too.
in there? Or
Probably three.
George Washington. 3 is a good number, I guess.
Jackson Papers.
I'm with Martin on 3.
The answer is 4. The
George
answer
Mason and
is
George
4.
Washington?
Billikens, rah, 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 24. You guys missed the opponent last Wednesday in Richmond, VCU. George Washington, George Mason, and, I take it back. It's 5. Dayton. SLU, VCU, George Washington, George Mason, Dayton. Dayton 79, George Mason 66, George Washington. Doug, is that the Colonials, and did Chuck Todd to get that changed?
I don't know how Chuck
I
Todd
looked.
could
Was that in
possibly
the
have got it
break where we
changed.
talked about it?
We never know what's on the air and what's
I
not. Kind of
mentioned-
like that Flyers broadcaster looking for Whirl.
I mentioned it on air about Chuck Todd being part of the name change of George Washington, but then off air looked it up, and he in fact did the video when they announced the change to the Revolutionaries after students complained.
Great nickname, Doug.
About the name Colonials, and Chuck
Horrible
Todd.
nickname. And how many students complained? 2 of them?
Chuck Todd did go to GW.
I think I retweeted their complaints. Big East. Now, how many teams do you think are in the top 100 in the Big East?
Top 100 in the Big East.
Let's see.
So you got UConn, you got Creighton,
Villanova,
St. John's.
I think it's
St.
7.
John's,
Top 100.
I'm going to guess 7.
It's a good number. I'll go 6.
There's only, 11 teams in the conference.
That's one of the key elements of the conversation.
So I'll say 5.
The answer is 7, Jackie
7.
Papers.
Okay,
UConn is 8, and that's new after last night's win over Seton Hall. St. John's. Rick Pitino was not happy following the game. That was your squad last night that he went up against, right, Martin?
They pounded us.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
Villanova, Seton Hall, Creighton, Butwa, and Providence. Kimmy English.
Then Xavier probably, right?
Xavier is 107.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Providence is 87.
Oh, boy, Providence is in a bad place. I feel bad for Kimmy.
Nobody's in a worse place in the Big East, though, than...
We're sitting this one out.
You guys are sitting this one out?
Yep. Mm-hmm. It probably is a national story. Not just how bad they are, but what Shaka Smart's trying to do, not using the portal, also not working, but trying to just...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but it's like a guy who offers you refrigeration. You're like, no, I'm going to continue to salt all my food and put it in a shack.
Yeah.
Is he the Dabo Swinney of college basketball? Is that what you're saying?
And I think his intentions are pure. He's not doing it for show. He doesn't like doing interviews. He's not trying to be a hot
leaving
shot.
Texas when he did underscored that to me.
Yeah, I think he really wanted to see this work. And it's kind of a shame that it can't work. Mm-hmm. And as an alum, it's frustrating.
You think maybe he's made some millions now and he's just ready to kind of sit
also
back
doesn't
and
strike me as that kind of guy
I don't think
either.
he's trying to lose.
Isn't he
I
a
think
young
he
guy?
was
He's probably
mid-40s, maybe mid to late 40s. He's younger-ish.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's trying to retire.
Retiring early. Shaka Smart, 48.
So the question is, the administration, when you go through a season like this, they do spend a lot of money. It's like, okay, we can't keep doing this.
Yeah.
So do you tell a coach, all right, you got to change what your core beliefs are? And I think in this climate, you get. And Coach Schertz was in there. He said he's friends with Shaka Smart.
Yeah.
And he said, I think, again, on air, off air, I can't remember, but he said, I don't think it's going to work. And that was at the beginning of the year. So, yeah, it's...
A big announcement from the Alliance, which now features Harrison's brother Master, Sharon from Clayton, and the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. Harrison's brother Master says, I will stop making fun of SLU if they get into the Big East. That would be really good. So look at that.
All right.
Okay, he'll stop ridiculing. Why would the Big East not want them? Because they don't want to cut up the TV pie anymore?
Probably.
I guess, but I mean, anytime this topic comes up, I cite Rick Pitino talking it over with Krzyzewski. I guess Krzyzewski has a podcast.
Really?
Yeah.
Open mic?
Or maybe he has a Sirius XM show. Hell, I don't know. But either way, and you can look this up, it happened within the last year in which he said we need to bring in St. Louis University. I thought he said Dayton and Memphis.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Because then that gets him to 14. We got to improve our television situation. They make sense. Memphis is a bit of an outlier with that because they have a football program.
Right.
So I don't know how that one would work.
They'd be like
UConn plays football, too.
They're independent.
So they stay independent. Yeah, they're one of the few independent schools, Notre Dame and UConn. But right now, Memphis is Conference USA or All-American, or what the hell is it? American Conference? Thank you.
Athletic.
Chuck Todd didn't graduate from GW. Doug, this topic will
and
not
still he
go
changed
away.
their name. He is solely responsible.
They list
for
him
them
as an
changing their
alumnus.
name?
This might be a McKernan thing where we don't quite have the finished paperwork. I don't know.
8 hours left.
I don't know, but he is considered.
Me, Joe Buck, and
Costas.
Chuck Todd, Bob Costas. Doug, there's your Mount Rushmore of people who didn't graduate from university and went on to national fame.
Oh, well, how about Bill Gates?
Not better than me.
He didn't get in there?
He can't bump any of those four.
Email in. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up here in about 15 minutes. Doug, you know anything about the Bold and Daring Adam or the Silver Fox Larry? Or...
Well, yeah, take your pick. Whoever comes to your house, you're going to be satisfied. Could even be the Rugged Joe. Maybe he'll bring Joey, maybe he won't. There's a heavily muscled and highly regarded Brian. They're all just fabulous technicians. Design Air hires the best because they can. They've been around since 1904. More than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. And not just another HVAC company, also the longest-running sponsor on TMA. We certainly appreciate that. Seth Goldcamp, fourth-generation, family-owned business, a name that you can trust. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. They're not going to sell you something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Be a good idea to schedule a maintenance before something goes wrong with your furnace, because when it gets really cold, you're not gonna want to deal with that at all. So visit DesignAirService.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904.
And you can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Only 12 Design Air heating and cooling emails of the day remaining in the month of January. So, I mean, everyone counts here. There's only a 1-goal lead for the incel from the other end of the couch. You win today, and you're one back of winning a $10,000 HVAC system from Seth Goldcamp. Send your emails in. Chairman Kurt working the filtered file. That's coming up at 9:45. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Village Bar, great spot for lunch, dinner, watching the game, meeting friends, hanging out. By now, you've heard that. Hopefully, you've been. If you've never been, stop by. It's in De Pere, Manchester Road. Really easy, right off Highway 270. Easy to get to. And you find out what we've been talking about for years. Best cheeseburger in town, waffle fries. And in addition to all of that, it's also home to 1879 Distilling. That's the barn out back where they have the distilling, making these award-winning premium batch spirits. Yeah, picking up awards around the region for 1879 rye. They've got the Red Barn vodka, all different flavors. Get the full list of items at 1879distilling.com. It's a great website, tells their whole backstory, and then you'll see all the different items. Then on Saturdays, stop by. The tasting room is open Saturdays from noon to 5. Pretty cool. It's an awesome little speakeasy, sort of a gift shop for Village Bar and 1879. That's noon to 5 on Saturdays. Find out what not only what they taste like, but the whole story of how this came about. It's really something else. Start asking for it by name. It makes a difference when you order your drink. It's 1879 Distilling, St. Louis, Missouri.
That's about the horse, right?
Is that right?
Yeah.
Snow-covered hills there, I guess.
Oh. And then there's the Smashing Pumpkins version.
Yeah.
They did a version?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's what when I heard this riff, I was like, oh, we going Smashing Pumpkins or Fleetwood Mac?
Check it out.
And why are we playing this kind, sir?
I had nothing with about 32 seconds before the segment came back, and I thought, I like Landslide.
Oh, do you?
Love this song.
Now, AI says it's about change, aging, fear, and self-discovery. All symptoms of coming down from the horse.
That's true. I always thought it was about aging because it's, she mentioned several times seasons get older.
You see your reflection in the mirror. I think that would that feeds into the cocaine theory.
True. Mirror.
Nice.
Let's workshop this.
Yeah.
Then the picture you have over there while it's playing, the Mick Fleetwood is a very tall gentleman, but as he's standing over I can't say midget, but assume.
Oh, gosh.
Unless you're in Freeburg.
Your Twitter apology.
No, I wanted to see if that was somebody from Freeburg.
What about when...
or is it a really small person that he's standing over?
What was it when if Shannon saw Eddie Cattell up at the plate?
I forgot.
That's probably more of the podcast edition story.
I think we said it a couple weeks ago.
You said it.
That's a real little guy. Look at that, Jim. You probably put him in your pocket. Like, it probably would not have
Michael
been
Jackson.
That would not have been appropriate. Anyway, we played the landslide.
So the Stiefel dossier has got the designer heating and cooling email of the day coming up. And also, apparently on Friday, not only will we have Joey Vitale and Gabe DeArmond, but U.S. Senator Eric Schmidt, friend of the program, coming in. Is that
some Big East basketball
and SEC football? I don't know what he's doing with the SEC. Maybe it's about the calendar.
Talking NIL, and there is a need, I think, at some point for this whole college sports thing to get fair. I mean, when you got an Alabama quarterback declaring for the NFL and say, "Oh, never mind, I'll just stay since I can make more in college." It's a little nuts.
Certainly the system needs to be repaired. I'm just surprised that Congress thinks that it's their position to do it. I would think that they would handle other governmental necessities.
There does seem to be a lot going on outside of
college football.
Sports. I know. Well, we'll find out. You know what we'll do, Doug?
What?
We'll find out.
Okay, I think we should.
We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up in the next segment here on The Morning After. Send yours in, The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. Chairman Kurt, how are things going in that email file today, sir?
It was a little light early on, but we've had some come in. I feel like some of the emailers are starting to see that there's some stiff competition, and they're just selling off assets at this point.
Oh, no. It's a sell-off.
What are you selling? Your computer? I'm not even going to try to contend anymore. Here, take my computer.
I think it's more of a proverbial sell-off.
Oh,
with cash considerations.
That's correct.
All right.
That's
An email to be named later.
Polos Plus is a new sponsor here on The Morning After. Great to have them on board. Have you boys gone and ordered your stuff?
I'm looking every day, and I'm in between like 3 or 4 different items because they got so much great stuff there.
They really do. It is impressive. Honestly, I didn't know about the business until longtime TMA listener Andrew Hubbard reached out to me and said, hey, we want to get on board with the program. And I took a look at the website. I go, man, you guys got everything. And all you have to do if you're a business, this is for businesses, is upload your company's logo. And then you will see when you go to polosplus.com, they have a wide variety of companies that you'll recognize. I mean, Jackson, what stands out to me is, what do we have on there?
Carhartt, North Face,
Brooks
Nike, Brooks Brothers,
Travis
Matthew, Under Armour.
Yeah.
Those are premier brands.
I mean, and you upload the logo for your company, and they take care of everything. It's polosplus.com. Locally owned, locally operated, founded by Chris and Wayne Lawson of All Volleyball, and now owned with their kids, Corey and Shannon. Corey Lawson runs the business day-to-day as president and CEO. What they do is serve small to mid-sized business owners, and they take care of you with premium brands. What they do differently is they have been in this business for nearly 30 years, and you get branded apparel anywhere. But what they've done is stuck around by caring more about the customer, by doing things the right way and always making it right when something can go sideways. You don't stay in business for 30 years by taking shortcuts. It's plain and simple. polosplus.com. You'll see for yourself, and then you just upload your company's image, and they can put that logo on one of these high-caliber brands. Longtime TMA listeners at Polos Plus, and they are genuinely excited about working on TMA. It's polosplus.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up next. TMA 101 ESPN. Landslide. This is the Smashing Pumpkins version. What do you think, 96?
I don't know the years.
It's right around there.
94, it says.
Yeah, I was going to go 95 to get me 94, 96. Billy Corgan, who was in the hallway here a couple of years ago.
I would say he's in St. Louis a lot. He's big into that wrestling. He's doing a show one time, and the texter said, "Hey, Billy Corgan's at the Paschetti's in South County." I'm like, "No, he's." And then we called over. They said, "Yeah, he's here."
Everybody's got to be somewhere.
Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
that's exponential.
Joe-esque.
This is maybe this will be our email of the day music, because it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Hey, girlies, been a while. Hey, girlies, been a while.
Okay, I heard it. Yeah. Is that it?
No. Came home to the Mound City for Christmas. You like that, Doug, when somebody calls it the Mound City?
No one calls it the Mound City.
Vin Scully did.
He's the only one ever.
And hadn't been downtown in a while. It's a living ghost town.
It is.
But make it arch. Hold on. It's giving ghost town ... but make it arch.
That's horrible. Proofread before you hit the send button.
That's right. It's just like TikTok girl speak.
There's a great Twitter account. It's called Art, but make it sports. And he'll take pictures from sporting events and put it next to like classical art pieces, and it's actually quite fantastic.
If only we had a smokestack traffic cone pioneer leading the charge to hit Market with some neon and palm trees, and boom, South Beach, Lewis. Throw in a fog machine and puffer fish Harper, and I'll uproot the whole fam and pledge allegiance to the arch. All hail Pigskin Strode, Cal in Austin.
Huh. Cal in Austin.
Guess what? I don't want your stinking, stupid new HVAC. It's not like I got a place to live. That's from Midge.
Well, now I feel bad for Midge.
Fair.
Midge.
I know a lot about getting so triggered during email today that I need to hijack the segment by interrupting Tim's read, and it's great. How's Libby Jack? We gonna bring that back? How about that whole deal? 2 days in a row where neither Tim nor Doug were allowed to vote.
You're allowed to vote.
And I guess we've stopped pretending that we're going to replay the winning email at the end of the show, because the listeners would much rather listen to y'all spend another 10 minutes pontificating about the female Jacksonville reporter waxing Liam Cohen's car.
Oh.
That said, for as poorly handled as the winning email reveals have been, I cannot argue with the outcomes. Harold with 2 R's nailed it yesterday. You had me at pervert quotient. Tee-hee. So I just want to tell Jackson, congratulations on your success, young man. You hold your head up, all right? You guys have had a most magnificent show.
Is that Buck Smoke?
No, he's not done yet.
Oh.
Stay tuned for tomorrow's email, where I'll write about Lisa Ann's first visit to our little cesspool in 2018, while the entire TMA world was fixated on whether or not a box of fleshlights would arrive at Iggy's apartment in time to be handed out to whoever cheated the best in a charity golf tournament. That's from Buck Swope.
Buck Swope.
Ham. I think I got a little shrub in my throat.
Okay.
Give me a second here.
Yeah, get it out.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Doug, when was the last time you had a shrub in your throat?
Oh, what kind of a question is that?
Just making conversation, man.
I'm reading about landslide. Stevie Nicks wrote like a column on it.
Really?
I still don't have an answer for you.
Okay.
It's called Stevie in her own words.
I think you would know.
It's a long answer.
Oh, yeah. They had quite a thing going there for a while, didn't they? At least he claimed it.
She was in Aspen. Lindsay was out on the road. There's a lot going on here.
I was texting with Iggy last night. He's positioned well because I gave him Miami before the college football playoff.
Nice.
So he's free rolling into Monday night himself.
Hell yeah.
Next email. Low key, I think Martin's a slut. That's from the Sexy Robot.
Sexy Robot.
Strong.
Robot.
Morning, guys. A few years back, a former great board member by the name of Peoria Plowboy came up with the idea of the island for the olds. Doug, after today, I think it's finally time for you to book your one-way ticket. These Cardinals changes are clearly too much for you, so it's best we ship you off to a nice, quiet place with a comfy chair where you can watch Whitey Ball era 80s Cardinals reruns all day long.
Doesn't sound bad.
And don't worry, they'll have all the tapioca pudding and pills your heart could possibly desire.
Nice.
Enjoy Olds Island Island. Doug, I will miss your sweet touch. Respectfully, that's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Choo-choo, come on, ride that train. Well, she's leaving the station, and I'm on board. Future years of mediocre baseball, a hockey team preaching youth movement, Mizzou being Mizzou, all aboard. We're down to 2 college basketball teams in Illinois and SLU, and like an obese kid at fat camp, we're sweating it. Perhaps it's time to turn our attention and disposable income away from sports and invest in the burgeoning St. Louis adult film market. I didn't know we had one. Do we have one?
It's burgeoning, apparently.
Little known fact, St. Louis is the new Southern California for all respected adult directors. Is this true?
No, it can't be true. You believe anything that you read from these texters and emailers?
I mean, this is Bro Fallon writing in.
Okay.
A lot of vacancies downtown for shooting locations.
Yeah, but good spots.
Those of you been workshopping this.
Well, location scouting.
Local classics like Miss March and the Arch, Merrimack Mammary Marathon.
Oh.
And who can forget St. Louis bred co-eds?
No.
The future is bright here. And filthy and stacking paper like my 5-year stacks Legos. That's from Bro Fallon.
Bro Fallon.
As we delve deeper into the armpit of the internet that is the TMA Reddit page, the fats and sads turn their lonely eyes to none other than Martin J. Kilcoyne. After years of clamoring for his return and professing the show was so much better 15 years ago when Martin was on it, in a shocking turn of events, they seem to be critical of the one they once yearned for. Willing Plastic 447 states he's the uncle that tells you the same jokes every year at Thanksgiving and Christmas. He feels out of touch. Iggy's Uncut Gem, who is a top 1% commenter and clearly despises TMA, says he hosts the show like he's on KTRS and has to fill time. Equivalent Leg 9028 declares, I'm a guy that always bitched about Iggy talking too much, and then Martin came along.
Oh.
And finally, if you're looking for fashion advice, you must turn to the Coco Chanel of the TMA Reddit page, who is none other than Jim Cruz.
Don't let me down.
Who claims Martin's too old to wear a beanie indoors. Well, there you have it. Back to you, Steve. That's from Mitch in Richmond Heights.
Very odd. Mitch in Richmond Heights.
Are these accurate accounts of what goes on there?
So
or
I'm
this?
missing all this YouTube
I don't see
banter.
it. I don't.
Jackson deleted the app, Doug.
No, I still have Reddit. I just never, ever go onto the TMA.
Chairman Kurt, I feel like you're the only one who could be in the room who might know.
No, I'm running good on not having
Is
visited.
that right?
But
There's a guy named Jimmy Cruz. You think it's the real Jimmy Cruz?
Probably so.
it sounds like something you would find on there.
Yeah, it felt right. Like even Iggy mocking me and saying it sounds like Martin on KTRS. That feels about right.
I need to purge. Reality hits hard when you are in your 50s. The average male in my familia tops out at about 80 and change. I have 10 good years, maybe 10 average years, and 5 years of watching Fox News all day and hoping for a good bowel movement.
No.
The over-under for me having sex with an actual person is 25, and the under will most likely hit if my wife outlives me. All that said, I like what our Redbirds are doing. Unload these overpaid losers and replace them with young, underpriced losers. We're going to suck until I die. And I feel like Fredo Gersh will take the fall. He's smart. It's not like they say, show me that effing furnace. That's from Harold with 2 R's.
Harold with 2 R's now begging for the furnace.
Underpriced losers.
Morning, gents. I may not have an MBA or be business savvy. I lost all my money on Pokemon cards and Confederate Railroad bonds. But paying $60 million to not have people playing for the Cardinals seems like a bad investment. But I guess they'll make beers $25 a pop now to offset and know the Hoosiers that roll into the country concerts at Busch Stadium will drink them dry. Speaking of dry, this never-ending optimism of the Birds reminds me of Jackson standing in the corner of Duke, sipping his White Claw through a straw, hoping a SLU co-ed notices his obscure NBA jersey over his hoodie. Is that what you wear at Duke's?
No, I'm not 14.
The attempt is mediocre, but the post-production meeting is full of upside. The only upside I see is Tim continuing to dominate the airwaves like Gibby in his prime, throwing heat and eating potatoes like the true Emerald Isle son. That's from Mongo, who says, cheers and God bless America.
Mongo, cheers and God bless America.
Hey, boys. Quick thoughts while I podcast like the Dickens and watch my 2-year-old launch Hot Wheels off the couch like he's auditioning for Fast and Furious Toddler Drift. Meanwhile, both of us are giggling with the broadcast excellence you legends bestow on this area. Y'all talk about that Blippy and that Excavator song back in 2024. Did you know that the dude who started it sold the whole Orange Suspenders empire for $120 million? Is that accurate? I always hear these stories about how that guy sold that thing. Martin, was Blippy around when you had the young tykes? I got Blippy.
I know the name, but I'm not familiar.
Yeah. I think it's more of a 2-year-old, 3-year-old YouTube phenomenon, I think.
Today's Bluey. It's Bluey.
Yeah,
now.
Bluey. I was about to say my 3-year-old right now is in
What about
Bluey.
that FT Daddy or something?
FT Daddy.
That's on my YouTube
Yeah, I
channel.
was gonna say, we might be in the wrong section, brother.
Did you know the guy that uploaded just a video of his fireplace and put it on a 10-hour loop has made $1 million from that video?
Doug, why don't we do that today?
Gotta think of something like that.
FGTV Duddy.
A 37-year-old grown-ass man who bounces around like an asshat cashed 9 figures. A little background check on Wikipedia. Pre-Blippy, he went by another persona. In 2013, he dropped the infamous Harlem Shake video where he defecates on a naked buddy mid-dance.
No.
Yes, on camera for art. So, Doug, Mr. Anti-Vile himself, here's your life lesson. Swimming in literal sewage equals yacht money for Baker's Bay. Loosen that suspension logule a smidge, big fella. Lean into the stink, as the best producer would say. Rake in the ad dollars, and one day someone buys you out for a cool billion. I believe in you. We all believe in TMA. That's from Jason, DBA Blazin' Bill.
Jason, DBA, Blazin' Bill.
And finally, good morning, fellas. Just wanted to say thank you, Doug. Your pep talk at the Hall of Fame ceremony clearly ignited the boys. Watching you seize control of the room, demanding perfection for your meat while absolutely lighting up a banquet chef must have flipped a switch. They saw leadership. They saw standards. They saw a man who will not tolerate subpar meat. And wouldn't you know it, they came out last night fired up, crisp, and ready to perform. Coincidence? Doubtful. Whatever you said in that moment, whatever passion you poured into that quest for pristine meat, it worked. If we can just stay hot, there's no reason why we can't win this baby. Sometimes all a team needs is one voice and uncompromising expectations for the meat. Thanks again, Coach. Still a real girl. That's from Sharon D.
Not a girl. Sharon D. Gentlemen.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email. The day we will fill out our secret ballots and then reveal the winner coming up at 10:55. There it is. Martin is headed to onboarding. We are headed into the Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour. The program is called The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Hey, this is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Lakers defeat the Hawks last night, 141-116. LeBron James keeps it going in his old age, 31 points, 9 rebounds, and 10 assists. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Won't be a problem. Boom, boom, boom.
Well,
It's TMA 101 ESPN, Design Air, sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour here on the Morning After. And the program airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Jackson, when are we going to do QFTA this week? What works for you? I know Movie Boy.
Tomorrow will be best.
Tomorrow will be best?
Yeah.
I got responsibilities today, Doug. I'll look at my schedule tomorrow.
Okay, you take a look.
I got to get an update on my root canal.
Today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow, 12:50, but that's good for you because that means I got a hard out.
That works.
How happy are you about that?
I love doing QFTA. I truly do. I love doing QFTA. One of my favorite shows I get to do. I say one of my favorites. I do 3, so it's not really. But I do love doing it.
So it's in the top 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not 3. I'll say that.
Well, where is it?
Oh, wow.
I don't need to.
Is it 1?
Does that mean Movie Boy's 1?
No.
And TMA is 3?
No.
And QFTA is 2? I mean, that's how I took the rankings. That's where I got it.
I don't know what's going on here.
Well, that means your own podcast is last?
Well, only because, like, with QFTA and TMA, like, it's like a set.
You get to work with me, and that's like, okay,
Yeah,
I
it
get
is
to be
an honor.
Bill Wennington.
Yeah, but it's like a set cast, set place where it happens. Movie Boy is kind of nomadic in a sense, both with
like a gypsy.
With its rotating cast of co-hosts and locations, and it's all on me. I got to kind of produce.
You do it in different
host it.
locations?
Sometimes I'll do it at my home. Sometimes I'll do it here.
He did one walking.
I did one
there was a
walking.
walking movie
I want to do one from spring training with Martin and Doug, where we watch a movie and do like a director's commentary while watching the movie.
Well, kind of like Cheap Seats and Mystery. Was that Mystery Science Theater?
Yeah, that was kind of fun.
Just kind of sit there for like maybe like a baseball movie, and we sit there with microphones and just talk about the movie while watching the movie.
We got to talk the entire movie?
Well, we can, you watch.
Like a 2.5-hour movie? We got to
Not
chat?
2.5. Oh, it would be a quick one. Like maybe like Major League. Like we watch Major League and talk about it. Like, look at that. Look at Skip. Look at Lou.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Everyone wants to work with Tim. That's from Hung Like a House Cat.
Why do we need that kind of commentary?
It's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. It's sponsored.
Okay.
The one above it says Bluey is the goat. You watch Bluey with your grandson?
I've watched it for a few seconds.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Is it?
Is he Australian?
It's a she, too. Bluey's a girl, right?
Jackson?
I'm
she has
a
a
grown
sister.
man, and it'd be kind of weird if I knew, I think. Right?
I think Bluey is a
I mean,
girl.
I have young nieces, but I don't watch that nonsense.
Okay.
Yeah, Bluey's a girl.
Don't call it nonsense if it babysits.
For sure. That's fair. Very fair.
Yesterday we read that poll from The Athletic in which a survey indicated that Pat McAfee is losing support from ESPN College Game Day viewers. And so ESPN executives yesterday, Doug, you don't post on social media, you take to social media?
Right.
Responded yesterday. So here is what transpired. The survey indicated that 49.5% of voters said they did not like McAfee on ESPN's signature college pregame show, while 31.6% said they did like him, and 18.9% said they had no opinion. But if McAfee is truly as unpopular as the survey says, 2 of the network's top executives want to see more evidence. Taking to X on Tuesday.
Oh, brother.
ESPN president of content Burke Magnus quote tweeted an awful announcing story regarding the survey, noting that he's far more interested in what College Game Day's ratings show than a survey of 3,500 readers. Quote, I say that people vote with their remote controls, so 3 straight seasons of record high audience for game day qualifies as declining support, then sign me up for more, Magnus wrote before tagging McAfee's official X account. And then Mike Foss wrote, he's the senior VP at ESPN, 2.7 million people every Saturday feels like a complete sample size, but we could always ask the 500,000 daily instead. That's from Mike Foss in reference to McAfee's show having 500,000 in the audience for his Pat McAfee show every day.
He's not going anywhere. He's a big part of that show. And anybody who's got his persona, there's going to be some people who don't like him. He's different than everybody else. But he puts a lot of life into that show.
Find yourself a sweet spot of 50% hatred and 50% love if you can, and then you can hand out $500,000 for an 18-year-old to kick a failed goal.
Oh. Now, why did you say it in that
I didn't say it in anything. That was my natural South St. Louis dialect.
Okay.
Yeah, he actually puts on the facade that you normally hear.
Mm-hmm.
That's how he actually talks.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, because in QFTA, that's how I talk.
I think
For
McAfee
most of the 4 hours.
I think McAfee is the star of that show, in my opinion.
That's interesting. If you did ask people who the star of the show was, I'm very confident that Desmond Howard would receive the lowest total of votes. I would agree with you that I wouldn't consider Reese Davis. I think that it would probably, the top 3 vote getters would be Saban, McAfee, and Herbstreit. Would you agree with that take? How's my take?
The top 3, yes. But McAfee, they even put him right in the middle.
I think, and this is kind of maybe a cop-out answer, but I think the show is the star.
The show is the star.
But like in a way, like the being on campus, the energy that it brings, all that's around it. It's had different cast members across the way, but is as popular as ever. Like I think it actually is like I think all of it together is what makes it what it is. I think if it was just Pat McAfee show doing it live on college campuses, it would not be the same as if you had the whole group and the way they do it.
Yeah, that's true. But within the group, I think he's got the most star
I think he has the
power
highest
there.
Q rating for sure.
He's the
higher
one
than Nick Saban.
In media, yeah. In media.
He's the one who stands up and leads cheers and does the field goal thing and always has the funny takes and everything. I think he's the guy.
I personally love Saban's analysis, but I recognize that is, if you just had Nick Saban breaking down college football games and play action plays on third down, you'd have an audience of like 30. So, but that's what I really like about that show. But I certainly like the energy of it, and I can't wait for it. I mean, it's become a tradition with me and my boys to watch that on Saturday morning. Doug, is that Lainey Wilson? Is that Big and Rich? Is that Darius Rucker? I'm trying to think of who else is on the song.
Oh, I don't know who's on the song.
Really?
They got the Machine Gun Kelly song playing right now for the CFP.
No, but the opening song for College Game Day.
Yeah, that was Lainey Wilson, and I can't remember who else.
Darius Rucker and the Cadillac 3.
Oh, right.
Oh, the Cadillac 3.
Never heard of that before.
I'm not sure I've ever seen the very beginning of it.
Jackson's intimidated by Pat's testosterone level.
Is that what it is?
The issue?
He's a little too much man for you?
Sounds like a guy projecting. No, I like Pat McAfee. I've been on the record about that.
I
like
thought you said he and Morgan Wallen were playing the same playbook.
I'm not using that as a pejorative. That's just like my assessment. I still like Pat McAfee.
How do you get him with Morgan Wallen?
I just think they're on the same playbook.
In what way?
Yeah.
Well, that's not much of an explanation.
No, it's not. One
guy's singing country songs, and the other guy's a real character on a football show.
But they've found the equation that appeals to kind of a similar audience. I call it the Zinzian scale.
The Zinzian scale. What is the Zinzian scale, Chairman?
It kind of, the audience is aimed at guys that you won't find them without a tin of Zin in their pocket.
There's also some theatrics that they both
Morgan
like.
Wallen is one of the biggest selling artists of all time at this point.
Again,
He's got more than just a small audience or sliver of the population.
No doubt. I'm not saying he's not popular. I'm not even assessing his music. It's just not my type of music. I'm not even saying it as a negative thing. That's my statement, is that I think that they're running the same offense. The theatrics of it is more what I'm speaking to. The way Morgan Wallen comes out with that little video he does to his own song.
Eddie Murphy was the first one to do that.
Right. Well,
did he do that in Raw or Delirious?
I don't know where he did it.
And he was wearing a purple leather suit.
Derby?
Nope.
No.
Who's Derby? I think just generally, I just think that's what they do. And that's cool. Not for me personally, but it's cool.
Jackson's beef with Pat McAfee is that he's a Republican. Libby DiCaprio strikes again with his wokeness. That's from Hardbody.
Oh, no, is that what it is?
Truly insufferable. No, not even in the slightest. It's not the reason at all.
I honestly have no idea what the man's politics are.
Nor do
and you
I.
can put me on a lie detector.
Nor do I. I don't think he's been open about that. And if it is, it's not. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care at all.
We're having Eric Schmidt in on Friday, and I'm looking forward to talking to him. I know he's a fan of the show.
Right.
I don't really give a damn. I mean,
It's all right. But whatever. And I like how people are telling me why I don't or do like things, which is nice,
McAfee, Wallen, Taylor Sheridan. That's a hell of a cowboy cosplay Venn diagram. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
And I consume a lot of what Taylor Sheridan makes. I've been on record. I loved his movies. I think he's taken maybe a little bit of a downturn quality-wise in some of his television shows, but certainly an uptick in money, so I get it. And that's, it's fine.
McAfee, to me, comes off as just kind of a bro, kind of a weightlifting ex-athlete, everyman type, lots of personality, wants to drink a beer with you.
Yeah, that's kind of my Zinzian scale.
Zinzian scale.
I'd love to hang out with Pat McAfee. I think that'd be a lot of fun. He seems like a great time. I don't really watch his show, but I don't consume a ton of sports content, given that we do 4 hours here. It's not necessarily what I'm searching out for.
Oh.
So I don't, but if I didn't work here, I probably would take a listen to an interview or something. I listened to his interview with LeBron. I thought it was great. Tyrese Halliburton, I love that one.
You know what's a great interview? I like to give the listeners recommended reading and recommended viewing and recommended listening. I have never heard him talk like this, and maybe I'm missing it, but I think it's a credit to the boys on Spit and Chicklets. Tom Brady.
Oh,
it just came out.
I think he was on in Chicklets.
I mean, holy crap.
Yeah, if anyone's going to get him comfortable, it'll be those guys.
It is so good. Yeah. And while I would imagine his approval rating as, the color commentator on the #1 team on Fox is, it's probably, relatively speaking, indifferent, I think would probably be the best way to describe it. Some people are annoyed by it. I guess some people might say it's improved, whatever. It's certainly not signature, whatever. Neither here nor there. He's Tom Brady. But his insight into his development and why he became successful, which isn't necessarily the way he lays it out, but essentially that's what he's talking about. Holy crap. You understand why he's been successful in listening to that interview. So the Spit and Chicklets interview with Tom Brady is, and hell, I think I don't even know if I'm a third of the way through it yet. It's so damn good. I think people would enjoy listening to that, by the way. Ray King. Great call on the Tom Brady interview, Tim. That's why you are the best.
Oh,
That's from
stop it.
Ray King. Watched the new Landman last night. Can definitely see Spicy Wiener's comparison between Ainsley's roommate and Libby Jack. That's them, the old Appleton stepdad, and that's the kid with the ferret?
Yeah, I guess if you listen to this show with your eyes closed and your ears plugged, you would say that would probably be your assessment of it. That would be
You're
a
little
fair.
fed up at this point,
I'm
aren't
not
you?
fed up at all. It's part of the gig. Got to put food on the table.
Tim, there actually is a gal from St. Louis up for an AVN this year. Her name's Cubby Thompson. Doug, you have a problem with a girl from St. Louis naming herself after a Chicago Cub? And should the best fans in baseball give her a standing ovation if she throws out the first pitch?
No to that. She hadn't done anything to get the standing O.
What was Buscemi's character's name in Boardwalk?
Doug?
I don't know. That was crowdsourcing, my friend.
Nucky Thompson. Maybe she's making a play on obscure HBO shows.
You think that was the reason? Yeah. I honestly didn't know that Beer Cat knows his stuff. McAfee just seems like a stoner who gives takes and has a good relationship with athletes and former athletes. That's from Mahomes Longbody. He doesn't strike me as a stoner.
I think he's pretty open about.
But when I think of the term stoner, I think of a guy just slothily hanging around all day.
Drug rug
he is
or something.
the absolute opposite.
Right.
I mean, he might be smoking weed or enjoying gummies or whatever, but it's not like he's.
No, I don't.
I mean, if anything, that guy's got a work ethic. He doesn't need to be doing game day. I mean, that's kind of pocket change for him.
Right. I think not stoner in the old way of thinking about it. We're post-legalization stoner.
post-legalization stoner, PLS.
Yeah.
And is that on the Zinzian scale? Are they the same things? Is there a Venn diagram? I don't know.
Highly productive,
Highly productive stoner.
Sure.
Spittin' Chicklets needs to have Tim on to talk about how he became the best. That's from the Fluffernutters fan page.
Good point, though.
I've been working on it.
To get me on Spittin' Chicklets?
I've reached out to Whitney to no avail.
They don't want him?
I mean, that would be foolish of them to have that stance.
Right.
Hey, Tommy Boy here. You like when somebody starts up a text that way?
No, I don't care for that.
Great film, though. Is that a rewatchable? It's got to be.
Yeah.
One of the all-time rewatchables.
It's just outstanding.
You like Tommy Boy, Doug?
I don't think I've seen it.
Chris Farley's best work?
Yeah. Not outside, like in movies.
Right.
His best work was done on SNL.
Chippendale skit, Patrick Swayze?
It's chalk, but the van down by the river is...
I watched that with my older son.
About as good as it gets. It might be the greatest SNL skit ever.
Matt Foley? Is it Matt Foley?
Yeah.
Tommy Boy here. Tim, what's the update on your Miami bet? Will you be retiring on your haul? That's from the 636. No, I will not be. And now, hedge-wise, Doug, I have to lay $340 to win $100 because Miami is minus 340.
Okay.
So I will be hedging. No, I will be hedging some of it, but fortunately, I only hedged 11% of the possible haul on Ole Miss. So we have some. You like the term dry powder or low-hanging fruit? I feel like that plays well in St. Louis when you say that.
Okay. People don't like low-hanging fruit. That got us to where we are now with the Cardinals.
What's wrong?
Well, they suck.
Really?
Without much hope of getting better anywhere in the near future, from what I can tell. Is there any other way to analyze the situation?
Work, bitch.
Am I missing something?
Come on, Doug. Everybody's seen Tommy Boy.
Well, I haven't seen it.
Want to come over tonight? We'll watch the Fordham game. We'll watch the Auburn game. And then we'll watch Tommy Boy with some port.
Oh. I am
bottle.
So busy.
Leave the bottle.
Google says Cubby Thompson was born in Conway, South Carolina. That's from Hoosier Daddy.
That's by Myrtle Beach.
All right.
Yeah, it's where Coastal Carolina University is.
That's where Kenny Powers' Eastbound and Down's third season was. He pitched from Myrtle Beach.
Oh, my God. Talk about
with a Russian.
So funny.
So why would people think she's from here? Or I say
Beer
she's.
Cats.
Oh.
Beer Cats.
I
Beer
don't know.
Cats is reporting that, and he's got a coital hype man and his son.
I actually kind of trust him to know these things.
Do you?
Yeah, because he had Hot Wife Autumn.
And Cubby's a woman or a man?
She is a lady.
Okay.
And I guess she's up for an award, but I'm not familiar. But I guess maybe we can have her in studio as well. Friday's going to be a huge show.
Maybe we stack it.
U.S. senators and AVN nominees.
I don't know.
That's a wide delta, boys. That's how we put food on the table. Just meat and potatoes, so it's all I'm eating. We're going to announce the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day winner. Doug and I did get to vote this time. That was nice. That was progress.
Made me feel good.
You can text in 314-399-9646, and you're welcome to talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chats. TMA 101 ESPN. Well, I got an opportunity here with the divisional weekend coming up with FanDuel. FanDuel is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the divisional round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in, take your shot on an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. I've got the FanDuel spread zone. I'll be recording with Riz and Anthony Stalter here following today's TMA. I do have a play I really like. Papers, what do you really like this weekend in these divisional games?
Ooh, what do I like this weekend in divisional games, Tim? It's a great question.
That's a delay tactic.
Well, I had something else lined up, but that's okay.
I'm sorry. You got something? If you got something that's going to win, give it to us. We just want winners. No. I don't throw you off. What do you got?
No, but if you can get the boost on Patriots Texans and get Patriots money line, and you can get that close to even money, I just think that's just a great play.
All right, Jackson's on the Patriots. There it is. Then apply your profit boosts and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So visit FanDuel.com/local and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Must be 21 or older, and in Missouri, opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus. Profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. You like this, Jim?
Yeah, that's all right.
You got a Post Malone birthday?
No. The sun's coming out.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Is this how you pick yourself up after the Cubby Thompson thing?
Yeah, after I don't really know how to be sad about in that regard.
My wife digs that Post Malone.
Really?
It's truly one of the most unbelievable things, because I remember when he first arose to fame with White Iverson.
White Iverson, Doug. Remember, congratulations. Was that 2017?
I don't know the years.
And he had like the cornrows and the big gold teeth, and people like thought it was almost like a parody thing. And like, it's crazy that he has now turned into a sex symbol.
So I thought this was an outlier. So this is commonplace.
Yes. If you had told me in 2015, the first time I heard White Iverson, which great song, but looking at Post Malone, I'd be like, okay, yeah, he's going to become a sex symbol. Yeah, right. And now he's kind of transformed genres. He's kind of moved off of.
Do you have a problem with that, transformed genres?
Well,
he's kind of a country guy now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's more pop country. He used to be exclusively hip hop, and he'll still dip his toe back in there. But it's truly unbelievable that he has risen to this level of fame.
Producer Joe used to be able to pick out women that might have had an odor.
Oh, is that right? Yeah.
I feel like Post Malone could potentially have an odor.
Well, he smokes like 2 packs a day.
I would imagine it's patchouli.
And cigarettes.
Well, no, what I'm saying, like, because he enjoys his stuff, that I would imagine he smells like patchouli.
Yeah.
Do you have a lot of patchouli around when you were at Missouri?
I don't even know what it is.
I got to ask what it is as well.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Really? If you're around somebody who enjoys marijuana, one of the fragrances that would also be prominent would be patchouli.
Is that their way of like
a Grateful
Is that
Dead
like
show?
incense kind of
widespread. Yeah, I guess if you wanted to call it that, fragrance of that sort. No. Yeah, I could see him. If you are, let's name people and pick their fragrance.
Oh,
could be something we could do with U.S. Senator Eric Schmidt when he's in studio on Friday.
That.
So what do you think, like Eugene Levy? Don't you think?
No, we're gonna do
like smells.
Eyebrows don't smell.
No, but like doesn't it kind of look like he smells like a corn chowder?
Corn chowder.
I don't know. This is the vibe I get.
Sharon and Clayton is now taking the opposite side of my wife, and so I guess that means I have to now be in alliance with my wife against Sharon and Clayton, Harrison's brother Master, and the self-made stay-at-home Laduma.
Okay.
Boy, this is tough to keep track of.
What does she say?
Love some of his songs. Sex symbol? Hell no.
Okay.
Sharon and Clayton.
Just telling you. I think a lot of people would disagree with Sharon.
Because they like the tats?
Tats and just his overall vibe. Very kind gentleman. He comes off as very giving and earnest in the way he talks.
You like a giving lover?
Yeah, as opposed to the opposite.
How about a selfish lover?
Yeah,
that would be
no
the
dice.
opposite.
You were at that show when he cracked those ribs, weren't you?
Yeah,
He
that
fell
was
through the
rough.
stage, eh?
Yeah, that was crazy. That was nuts. I thought he was like, because he said he was ill when the show started, and I thought he was like convulsing, like a serious medical thing was going on. But he just fell through a hole in the stage.
I guess you probably couldn't sue the building that is paying you $1 million to perform there.
No, he came back out like 20 minutes later. Credit to him.
He was hardcore, rough, rugged, and raw because he was dealing with a major injury.
I mean, yeah, he had broken ribs. And he singing, that's going to certainly stress that area.
Yeah.
Who crowned this pale virgin the art expert on TMA, movies, music artists, etc.? Seriously, provide your credentials. Real hard to impress a bunch of fat losers with your takes on art. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Okay. Just talking about something doesn't make you an expert.
I haven't looked yet. He didn't happen to send that in multiple times, did he?
Let me take a gander here. Doug doesn't like it when somebody sends it
No.
in 3 times.
Okay.
It's not bad for him.
It's a lot.
Yeah, would not consider
What's the
myself.
number that gets you suspended?
After 2. If you try it twice and you get no response, that's about enough.
Marsh's collage program has invited me and my wife to his faction, which is going up against Sharon and Clayton, Harrison's brother Master, and the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. His faction is known as the Aristocracy. I will consider all of my offers, and then I will do a press conference where I pick a hat.
Okay.
On my Insta. But I will be posting on my Twitter feed that I was blessed to receive an offer today from the Aristocracy.
Yeah, like you're a 17-year-old tight end. Blessed to receive an offer from Northwestern.
You ever take a ride with a fish head gal? Plenty of them up at Drug Church. Come on up. That's from the recovering alcoholic.
A fish head gal.
PH.
Oh, okay. I thought that was a drug thing.
Oh, okay, I don't know what that means either.
Fish with a PH, not an F.
Okay.
The band Fish. They're like jam band, not
okay.
dissimilar.
Like a deadhead, but a fish head.
Okay.
can't believe I have to explain this to you.
Well, you
Orson
do.
Woods Wacko now going after Chairman Kurt, but I don't know what this means. Hey, KG, how many applications did you submit to work the board? What does that mean? Work the board. We talking about like a board of directors, board of advisors, a
Shuffleboard.
Shuffleboard, yeah, you like that shuffleboard?
Be all over that
Capri pants?
shuffleboard court. Not gonna keep me out of Del Boca Vista.
Good text, Wacko.
Orson Woods needs to lay off Jackson. He needs to head south and get some manners. That's from the Prince of Glendale.
Here,
so now
here.
Orson Woods and Glendale are sideways.
Here. Yeah, get some manners. Table manners at that.
Guys, patchouli is an oil that is applied to the pits and the grundle in lieu of showering.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up.
I saw a TikTok this week.
90s college frats, sororities, probably dorms at the University of Missouri had patchouli.
So the idea was to mask the smell of the...
I don't know for you and your counterparts in 2016 at the University of Missouri, but for me in the 1990s.
A product called Ozium. It was like a deodorizer, like heavy duty. It was intense. It would your eyes would start to tear up if someone sprayed it too hard.
Right.
Yeah, but it was effective.
I guess we were old school when we just took a shower if we stunk.
I didn't rub it on my body. I'm saying if there was a room and there was a fragrance in the room to deodorize it, they would use that.
TikTok picked up a little steam. This girl was telling the story. She was dating this guy for a little bit, and she was over at his place, looked in his shower, saw that he had no soap. Thought maybe it was just a one-off. A couple weeks later, still no soap. And then she forced him to get some soap, and then weeks later, she checked again, and he hadn't opened it yet, and he said he was just using hot water, and that was fine.
Pheromones.
Well, I suppose for the most part it would be.
Now you soap?
If you rinsed everything off your body well, it's probably okay.
My starter home was in Glendale, you 2-bedroom, 1.5 bath pour. That's when the Orson was Wacko responding to the Prince of Glendale. And here we go.
Glendale isn't known for its starter homes.
Isn't it right next to Orson Woods? Like right across Manchester?
Yeah, but now you're south of Manchester.
That's
It's a
right.
whole thing.
Is the poor side the south side of Manchester?
That's right.
Oh, wow. So that means all of Kirkwood?
Yep.
Wow. That's
Well,
tough.
most of Kirkwood anyway, not all of it.
Well. And then there's a poor side of Hampton, right?
Yeah, I'm on it.
Okay. Got it.
Tim, who has a sexier chest? You or Doug? I will vote for you.
Yeah, it's Tim.
God, what kind of questions are we getting to now? We just had Arenado just got traded.
Blues had a huge
won
win.
a game. Billikens play tonight.
Fordham. When Fordham's in town, this is going on.
Yes, and the text we get is, who has a sexy chest, you or Doug? I'll vote for Tim.
Guys, back to Bluey. It routinely makes me weep. Wifey loves when I show my emotions and feminine side. Maybe she'd like the soft skin of another woman. Thinking emoji. Doug, that's from Shrimply Pibbles, who used to send in pictures of his wife, but again has stopped doing so because he was mad I picked Mississippi State to cover against Missouri.
Perv out, baby. Perv out.
Okay.
Hey, Orson Woods Wacko, if you have to keep talking about your so-called wealth, you probably don't have much. That's
There it is.
Sharon and Clayton. And here we go. Here we go.
This is what happens when the Cardinals can't hit.
Just disappointing. That's all it is.
I can smell the Taco Bell from Orson Woods Wacko through the radio. That's from the Prince of Glendale going back at the Orson Woods Wacko. And there is a Taco Bell in Orson Woods?
Ooh. Yeah, it used to be Kentucky Fried Chicken, right? Isn't it right there at Sappington in Manchester?
I don't know. Yeah, I think
it's where Sappington runs out at Taco Bell, I think.
Yeah.
Good morning,
No,
all
you're
of
right.
you guys perverts.
Is that by the On the Run? I can't look like that.
Put on hugs.
I'm pissed.
Don't you know that 90% of the audience says, "Boy, the Taco Bell, and why would I care?"
We gotta get these
Taco
things
Bell's
right.
not for the poors, is it?
When's the last time you had Taco Bell?
I think it was an attack on Orson Woods. I think that's what it was. Like if you're in a nice area, you wouldn't have
it.
Like they only have like 3 Taco Bells in Huntley now.
Yeah. Well, one of them's like one of those combo ones, Taco Bell Pizza Hut thing.
Does Ladue have any fast food?
No. I guess Shake Shack, but that's not really like there's no drive-through. And that's like right on the border of Clayton there.
So what do these poor people do?
Well, luckily,
if you wake up in a $5 million house and there's no fast food, there's not a White Castle anywhere near you, what do you do?
The way St. Louis has wisely, and I want to emphasize that, wisely set up the municipalities on here. You're no more than 10 minutes away from any fast food restaurants, despite where you might live now.
Sharon, anytime you want our tax accountants to audit wealth, we can do that. Go simp for Harrison, you Karen. That's from the Worsen Woods Wacko. Carlos Spicy Wiener, my 3-year-old loves Bluey. I'm just glad to see I'm doing something right by parenting like Tim. Also, I'd love to see Sharon's debt-to-equity ratio. Probably pretty eye-opening. That's Carlos Spicy Wiener. It sounds like he might have just joined the Worsen Woods Wacko. I don't know. I can't follow it all.
It seems like they vacation all over the country year-round.
People are taking sides.
2 and 3 different homes.
Guys, I got to be honest, the show is so much better when St. Louis sports suck. Well, you're really going to enjoy the next couple of years.
Boy, howdy.
That's from the old Appleton stepdad. Text in as well, 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service sponsor of the text inbox. And you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends gather and they talk it over. The program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, online at getbc.com. And you can call them at 314-222-2222. They are local. That is why you hear, like yesterday, Andy Crouppen in studio, or Ed Herman, or Terry Crouppen in studio. They're local. And if you're in a spot where you need a personal injury attorney, you're going to want somebody who knows the local legal environment, but also can come to you. If you got injured, you're not in a position to get up and go see people. Well, they do it, and they do it for free at Brown and Crouppen because they don't get paid unless you get paid. It's Brown and Crouppen, title sponsor of the Morning After. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. It's Brown and Crouppen. GetBC.com. GetBC.com, or call 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of lawyer is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertisements. We'll take a break. Come back with more TMA on 101 ESPN. If you walked into the Warson Woods Deerbergs right now, you'll see a 65-year-old overweight hairball on his laptop. What does that mean? That's from the Prince of Glendale.
There's a hairball on his laptop?
I don't know what that means.
Should we get over there and take a look? I'm good not going.
Yeah, me too.
I guess Chairman Kurt's got to do that then.
A lot of people
I got to do spread zone here at 11.
A lot of people are not good going to the tax man and paying their taxes. And boy,
So Mark Milton comes in.
IRS wants a piece of you. If you're up against it with a godforsaken tax man, Mark Milton is a guy that you need to know. If you got years of unfiled tax returns, tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments maybe, or worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. You could be looking at some real serious legal problems. That's where Mark Milton comes in. He is at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. Now he works for you against the IRS. So if you have any kind of IRS issue, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, no, I am not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
I just dropped a woman off at 100 West Dental, and she had nothing but nice things to say, and I promise the next time I need a dentist, I'll be calling 100 West Dental. Well, there you go.
Well, you should,
Dr. Brandon Pryor saved the day for me.
Yeah.
A few weeks ago, the day before Christmas Eve, when I needed that root canal. Saved the day is what the man did. Heather Dinich, Doug, is laying it out. We might be headed toward the 24-team college football playoff. 20 years ago, 2 teams played. That was the BCS. It was a big deal. Then you got to 2014. 4 teams played. And then we're going to get to 2027, and she says there is a good chance that it'll be 24 teams playing. Gosh. Maybe we can get to 48. Maybe this can be like the NCAA tournament. Here's Heather Dinich with Mike Greenberg.
To be clear, the SEC wants to expand to 16 teams. The Big Ten wants to expand to 24 teams. I'm just making sure that I'm clear on that. And so they'll only agree to the 16 if the SEC will eventually expand to the 24. And those two, the other thing I'm reading from what you're saying is those two are kind of deciding this, and everyone else will do whatever they say. Is that an appropriate way to look at this?
You nailed it, because the Big Ten and the SEC have the bulk of control over their future format. Why is that? Well, everyone agreed to a memorandum of understanding, and the Power 4 champions are going to be in the college football playoff along with a group of 5. And Notre Dame, as long as it finishes in the top 12, is going to be in. So you've got this give and take. You've got these protections for the Power 4 conference champions, Notre Dame and the group of 5, in exchange for, okay, Big Ten, SEC, you guys have the money, the power, the most teams in the college football playoff historically. You get the decision. But it's a group effort. The Power 4 commissioners have been talking multiple times leading up to this. Everyone knows where everyone stands. But the Big Ten and SEC have to agree. And yes, the Big Ten wants 24 teams. With automatic qualifiers, without automatic qualifiers, however they can get to it. But Greg Sankey, at this point, is not ready to commit to that 2 or 3 years down the road. But I'm telling you, Greenie, there are people in that room who would at least consider a 24-team playoff. People are thinking about that. That is a real conversation.
There you go. And that meeting takes place on Monday. And according to Heather Dinich, they could come out of it with a 24-team playoff.
Okay. The whole thing makes my head spin. I think when this playoff ends, I think it's going to be pretty clear that we've got the best team in the country winning the national championship.
And that's the Miami Hurricanes?
No, Indiana. That's what matters, isn't it?
Guys, how about they just go ahead and expand it to all 131 teams?
Why not?
At least we can stop with the faux outrage. Who wasn't included? It's from the 636.
Because if you include 130, that 131st will come up with a good reason why they should have been in it also.
UMass will be complaining. We'll announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues win last night, off today, off tomorrow. Back in action on Friday to take on the Lightning. Pre-game at 6, puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. That's another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, Doug, here we go.
Okay.
We're going to announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. A $10,000 HVAC system is on the line. You can go back and podcast our two-part questions with Jeremy Rutherford, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, via the Schaefer Door Company podcast.
Whoever wins this furnace is probably going to have to bring the furnace in through the garage. So you want to make sure the garage door is working. And to make sure it's always working, Schaefer Door is the company that you need to know about. Whether it's working or not, you can come there and have a little tune-up. That wouldn't be a bad idea. If something really goes wrong with it, you need to call. You need to get on the horn and call Schaefer Door. They'll be right out there. They've got this special Monday morning service for doors that break over the weekend. They service all kinds of doors, the big ones, the giant ones. If you own a business, you got a warehouse with those big, tall doors. Yes, Schaefer is well experienced in those types of jobs as well. They're big enough to handle any kind of job you can throw at them, small enough that you talk with an actual person when you give them a call, and their service techs are not commission-based. They service all makes and models. They do new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage doors, strong, quiet, and versatile. SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett with the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day for January 14th, 2026.
I like the listener suggestion of reading off the votes one by one to give it some drama here.
Oh, wow.
And they said play some dramatic music. I don't have that, but I have this.
Like Survivor.
So here we go.
Oh, I like this.
That's dramatic music?
It's the best I got.
Okay.
Buck Swope gets a vote.
Okay.
Harold with 2 R's gets a vote.
Harold won yesterday, Doug.
Buck Swope with another vote.
Oh, so he's 1 vote away from winning now.
Harold with 2 R's gets another vote.
Oh, my goodness. So this comes down to this.
And the winner today, Buck Swope.
Buck Swope gets his first win, and not a moment too soon as he now, the heavy favorite, finds himself tied with Carlos Spicy Wiener, as they are both one back of the incel at the other end of the couch. This is going to be a fun second half of the month. Second half of the month.
Good times, yo.
BK and Ferrario are coming up next. Riz Stalter and I are going to go do the Spread Zone, presented to you by FanDuel. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.